Okay, wow. So the Star Trek 2 soundtrack is just like it's got quite a sort of it's giving Triumph of the Wills a bit too much for me right now, and I'm gonna change it to something else, but I don't know what.
You said Star Trek 2.
Did I? I meant StarCraft 2. I mean, Star Trek would not be giving Triumph of the Wills.
Star Trek
Hopefully.
would simply be giving.
Hopefully. Exactly. Star Trek will be serving cunt at all times. Yeah, that's better. That's a bit better. That's much better waiting screen music while I have some rice and make myself a coffee. Hey everyone, if you've been wondering why we've been gone for so long, let me tell you all about it in about 10 to 15 minutes after I've made some coffee. Right now, I'm just... Oh, it's not even on screen. Okay. Right now, I'm just reminding you to do the thing where you do command tip, exclamation point tip, and then you go and help us to live. I'll be reminding you again throughout that, look, she's cute as a button. Do you want her to starve?
Money me.
What was I gonna say? Yeah, look, I'll remind of everything, of all of this words and money me needing a lot now. But basically, our entire income comes from generous strangers on the internet, as well as needing like a new Hoover to fix the tumble dryer, fucking various little one-off things like this. Gotta pay for fucking medications. What else? Oh, as well as all that, it's getting cold as hell, and I would really like to just like get myself some new clothes,
jumpers,
sweater dresses, leg warmers. I could rock some winter sporty femme looks, but only if we have the money for like council tax and boring shit like this first, and then like an additional 300 quid. So please, please, Andy, we have cardigans, but I want...
Sophie wears my cardigan very frequently.
We have cardigans. I want
shared cardigan.
Winter cunty looks. That's the... I want to be serving, like, Mrs. Claus. Listen, everyone. Everyone listen. Please tip with command tip. I'm going to go make myself a coffee, and then we're going to start the stream properly with an explanation of why we've been gone so long, what we've been up to, and discussion of, like, ongoing channel work, and then we're diving into something lighthearted and fun, right?
Some delicious slop.
Yeah, it's going to be a really cool, fun time.
Easy peasy,
talking about
for everyone.
Genocide in Palestine.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
And then some really silly slop where the new Statesman is doing a profile on a public intellectual. Nat doesn't know anything about this yet. I know, and I've read, and it sucks. Anyway, please subscribe or cheer, or please donate directly using command tip. Fill up this bar. Need help. Thank you so much. I'm gonna go make coffee. Enjoy your waiting screen music.
That was just When the Saints Go Marching In.
Yes.
That's wacky. That was Sonic music.
Well, yeah, but it was also just When the Saints Go Marching In. Yeah, absolutely. Gumba Master, thank you so much. Gumba Master, thank you so much for tipping £10.25. Really appreciate that. Everyone, please tip. We need that money. We need that money. We need that money to live. Like I said before, there are a bunch of little expenses. Like we really desperately need a new Hoover, and the tumble dryer broke, and I need to pay for my prescriptions, for my HRT and stuff, and we have council tax. And then, like, if we had all those things paid for, and then a bunch more money, I would really like to get some new winter clothes, because, like, everything I have is 2 sizes too big. And, like, stuff I bought way earlier in transition. So I just don't like it, and it doesn't fit me good, and doesn't keep me warm. So, not great. Okay. Hello, KSBPTV. Hello, Bingus McDoodle. Excellent username. I shouldn't have yelled. Hey, Tamas Tita, how was Paris? We will tell you shortly. Angel Bites 404, hello, and hello to Spectra Russells and Astro the Dragon, Kraken Lab, Wendy Pixel Curatrix, Obi Kenobi, hello, welcome to the stream. Hey, Andy, always lovely to have you here. Hello, small cute frog. Hey, Jim, thank you so much for the 5,000 bits. That's really great. Although, for the record, everyone, we also need money now in the PayPal immediately. Small cute frog said Kerrigan is serving cunt. She is. Insectoid cunt. Zip code Crone subscribe with Prime. Thank you so much. Hello to Zip code Crone. Glaucus92. Hello, welcome to the stream, and hello and welcome to the Duke Mirage.
Hey.
And hello to Frugulus, which is also a great username. And Tammy's Tunes and Nico and Matt J. Crowley made 29,000. Jim again. And a blustery day and person. Whoa. Hello, welcome to the stream. Hi everyone. Hi. Whoa,
Hello,
we're
hello,
back. It's the liberal
hello.
slop stream. We're gonna do a liberal slop.
Those sloppy liberals, we're gonna get them.
Yeah, we're gonna get them sloppy.
They're already sloppy.
They're already sloppy. We're gonna
clean up the slop.
Huh? But first, now where have we been? What's going on? Well, we've been not streaming.
We've been all over the place. Have you not streamed since Paris?
Yeah, I mean, the reality is that, like, the most of the time we've been away has just been being really tired. It's just been being kind of sleepy. It turns out there's this crazy thing called the body, and it does this wild thing where it like keeps the score. And if you try to do too much stuff, then your body is like,
Slow down.
I got really burned out, which is another reason why it would be really helpful for people to tip, because work is hard, and as amazing as it is, the generosity of kind internet strangers who pay for us to live, we only can live when they do that. That's you. Paris.
Like, we're working on it.
You got to go to Paris for the first time.
Yeah.
Tell them all about it.
You had a lovely time in Paris. On Paris. Went around chatting a lot of shit about imperialism, walking around Paris. And then we went to the ZAD, which was fucking incredible. The Zone à Défense in France. Okay. Yeah. Défense.
Snailed it.
I snailed it. To see the zone set up by French farmers, squatters, anarchists, communists to prevent the French state from building an airport on...
A freight airport as well. They claimed it was going to be a green airport, which, like, how do you make a green airport? But then, like...
I'm not sure if it was going to be a freight airport in the end. I think it was, like, the first plan was for it to be a freight airport.
Okay.
back in this. Like,
either way,
60s.
like I just like thinking about it because I find the concept so horrifying.
Yeah,
Just like
yeah.
doing shipping by air.
Yeah, ridiculous, absolutely wild. But yeah, we hosted by our wonderful friend Jay, who along with Issa Framo wrote "We Are Nature Defending Itself" about the history of the struggle in the ZAD. They fought against the militarized police sent after them by the French state for like 10 years, and they fucking won. With the support of tens of thousands of people from all over France and Europe.
Yeah.
And they're
60,000 at the height.
at the peak.
And
And
Lexi plays that. Welcome to the stream and thank you for subscribing. Sorry.
yeah.
And we filmed a documentary there.
And we were interviewing people, and it was a fucking gorgeous time, and we're really, really excited for everyone to see it.
Yeah, and Mule is currently editing the documentary, and when that is done, it will be available on patreon.com/red_planet. That's just go check that out. It's good. It's gonna be cool. It's gonna be very cool. That even is separate from our money worries, because like I don't get any money from Red Planet. Like I do that voluntarily. Like the Patreon is doing well enough that it paid for us to go to Paris and to. Well, you know, to the ZAD via Paris is what I meant to say.
Yeah.
So like Red Planet's popping off. I'm hyped about it.
Yeah.
I hope that we get like enough money to pay for more like documentary making, because it was an amazing experience to do that.
Yeah. It would be incredible to be able to go to Atlanta.
Yeah, 100%. I'm trying not to try and fundraise for too many things simultaneously here. That's why I got self-conscious after mentioning the Red Planet Patreon. Genuinely, if you are curious about the documentary and want to see it early, that is where it will be available. So that's just the facts. But in terms of like getting people's money, there's really like two things today, and one is tipping, and the other is my girlfriend Wenna's surgery fundraiser, which I'll put a link to in the chat at some point. Set up a fundraiser for her to get gender-affirming surgery on her birthday, and it's doing really well. It's like nearly 20% of the way there.
Hell yeah.
And it's only been a few days.
Awesome.
Yeah. And then we've just been tired. Just been sleepy.
Well, you went to Liverpool for the World Transformed.
Oh god.
Well, we went to Liverpool, but
yeah.
that's,
okay. No, I mean that's
you've just been busy, really.
I mean,
I don't think you've been doing much. So much resting. You've just been really busy.
Yeah, that's fair actually. There's just been like a lot going on. Yeah, no, you know what? You're right.
Yeah.
I've been super tired, and maybe I've been conceptualizing the time off from streaming as a time where I was just kind of like recovering. But actually, like,
You've just been really busy.
it's that, but just running around doing stuff.
Yeah.
Should we talk about TWT?
Yeah.
Cool.
Absolutely.
So we went up for a couple of days to visit Mule in Manchester, and then we went across to Liverpool to take part in the World Transformed. The World Transformed is a leftist festival of ideas with conferences and panels, and it basically ranges from like people who are fairly left in the Labour Party
Right.
to
Marxist and
I mean, who would you
communist
say
and
is
anarchist.
the most radical people there were?
No. there was, you know, from talking to like a fair few people around, there was lots of people with communist politics as well there.
Yeah, for sure.
But it's a fairly broad program, right?
Yeah, it's the broadness that I'm kind of poking fun at, really, more than
Yeah.
anything.
But it's all
May
about
29,000 says
cross-pollination.
leftish. Yeah, it's leftish.
Yeah.
You wouldn't really get anyone there who could like plausibly be described as a right winger, unless we like lived in my ideal world. Yeah. But yeah, it was okay. So we went for 2 days. On the Saturday, I took part in a panel called "Towards Liberation Beyond Trans Rights," which was chaired by Ada Cable from Queer Care, and had a few other people who were pretty cool. There was, what's her name? Alexis. Sorry. from LGBT Labour, and Becca, who it turned out was a mutual friend, who I didn't realise. Thank you so much, Glaucus92, for tipping £15, saying, the government gave me some money, so have some money as well. Thank you. Yeah, trans rights panel was pretty good. We talked about trans assemblies, like trans people getting together to talk about our needs. There is an ad break coming up, Streamlabs is now telling me, so be subscribed if you don't want to be interrupted. There you go. We talked about trans people getting together to like talk internally within the community about our needs, because to my mind, the two main things, basically I'm just repeating what I've said on the panel here, so like whenever the footage is available, whatever, you can watch this back and you'll just get the same thing twice. That's not true. There's loads of really interesting discussion. You should watch it. The immediate anti-fascism, both against like, fascist organizing and also the state. And then there is medical liberation. And medical liberation is, cuts two ways, because it is both like something that will free us trans people, but also it is a way that we can show cis people they have the same struggle as us, right? We can show cis people that they are, like, their lives are in danger, their lives are made harder by the way that the state dominates medical care. And when I say the state, obviously, I'm not objecting to the NHS. I'm talking about like the state controls what medicine can be practiced and how and by who and for what, right? Yeah. And the most obvious case of this would be, when we're talking about trans people, would be the gender identity clinic system, and the need for a diagnosis of gender dysphoria to access medication that cis people can access without it. Basically, trans people's medical care not being based on an informed consent model is a really clear example of the way that the state controls medication and medical practice, whether it's the state practicing it or private practitioners within that state. And yeah, if we can show cis people that they're suffering from the same stuff, then it's like, bodily autonomy, let's go. But yeah, on the anti-fascist thing, like the immediate thing is like we need assemblies. We need trans people to get together and talk about what it is that we need, because I've done this a ton, like just asking cis people to just help, like just that word, just help. And cis people don't know how to help. Like, why would they know how to help? Without us saying. So, that was an interesting part of the discussion.
Right? Because I think a lot of
people...
Right,
and then they think that posting is helping.
That they know to do is post if they don't have other explicit instructions. And then posting becomes unnecessarily high stakes. Yeah. One thing I really liked was the conversation about how much radical politics, like... feminist, queer, trans politics comes out of just shared housing.
Yeah, definitely. 100%.
How many orgs and manifestos have come out of just people living together and plotting together.
Alienation maintains unusual and bizarre forms of life, right? Like prison is unusual and bizarre and maintained very rigidly. And it's totally isolated, right? People are in little cells. And, they don't live by any kind of choice or freedom, right? And the nuclear family is kind of like a prison. But, people living in units, whether that's one person living on their own, a couple with a kid, a couple with a couple of kids, the nuclear family, right? And... by contrast, people breaking those bounds means that they have to engage in intentional living. They have to find what it is, the rhythm that they want, and how they want to live, and who's going to do the reproductive labor and all this stuff, right? And that means you have to confront, like you're saying, radical feminist politics. The trans panel was pretty good. And then there was a fucking Posey Parker demo in Liverpool the next day, because they'd come to shame Labour for not being fashy enough. That's what Labour needs. They've basically just made complete like embarrassment of themselves. They had printed off parody Beatles lyrics to sing about how much they love Posey Parker. They made a flag that was the I'll get it up actually because it's very funny. But they'd edited the fucking Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band, which you're already thinking, right? Like for a conspiracy cult that sucks people in because they are socially isolated and they've probably like cut off their families by being a bigot. Doing a parody version of a Lonely Hearts Club Band image might you know what I'm getting at here. Anyway, it's the Lovely Turfs Club. So normal. Anyway, I'm just scrolling down to find it. I know I replied to Kaylin with it the other day. Boop, 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 boop. Yeah, there it is. Here we fucking go. Boothby, thank you so much for the £10 winter fem budget and slop hazard pay. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate that. Everyone, please help us to hit this goal here. We need money for council tax and boring stuff like that, and for me to have wintry femme looks because all my clothes are too big and not comfortable and not warm. Right, how do I get this up on screen? Oh, the ad break is going on. That's fun. People are gonna come right back into this. I don't know or care enough to go through and see who is who. I can just see Posey Parker is one of the Beatles.
It's so
right?
Sick, but yeah, I don't know who any of these people are other than Posey Parker. So
my main thing is they've changed the flowers from saying Beatles to saying females.
Females. It's just too much.
Yeah. Oh, jeez. Yeah, there it is. Okay, and it's back to just us. We can stop looking at it. I'm gonna put it away. You can stop looking at the image. And we can just be fine. Okay. Yeah, that was on the Sunday morning. They came to shame the Labour conference for not being fashy enough. Very normal, very cool. And then... the climate panel. And the climate panel was kind of annoying. A few ways round. Basically, the speakers, I thought... So I was chairing the climate panel. I went with the style where, rather than asking questions, I made statements and then had the panelists discuss. I was really pleased that I did that. Nat and John were watching in the audience together. Yeah, I was pleased with having made that decision because the panelists were just they were there to represent their orgs and the positions of their orgs and wouldn't step outside of that at all and were so hampered in by liberal thought and just were not engaging with the discussion. So having made those statements, I at least feel like the recording of it gets my point of view across, even if the overall discussion actually just comes out really disappointing.
I think there were some useful things said.
Yeah, but there were also things said
useful contributions, but I think for a lot of people at this point, Andreas Malm's how to blow up a pipeline, despite the kind of clickbaity title basically, is kind of baseline for what the understanding of what's needed in dealing with climate change.
And they all were talking just about here.
Right.
Just
right they're very hesitant about talking about sabotage, for example. But obviously, Just Stop Oil does engage in direct action and acts of,
the woman from Just
creeping
Stop
up
Oil
to easily identifiable just sabotage of the systems that are killing us. They've actually physically blocked oil tanks from being delivered.
Yeah, but the really annoying bit about that is she brought that up to say that they cut off, what was it, a quarter of Britain's oil supply or whatever, and it got no coverage. But when they stopped traffic,
that's what I thought
that gets press coverage.
That
and I was
bamboozled me, honestly.
It's not actually my position if I was a panelist.
Press coverage is not the most
If I was a
important
panelist
issue.
at this point, I would jump in and say, what the fuck? At this point, if I was a panelist, I would say, why is press coverage a better like virtue to aspire to than
actually preventing
stopping oil.
Yes, I completely agree. And I have to say,
but as the chair, I didn't feel like I could. It would be too much like attacking one panelist, you know.
I think
like I can have my position as chair, and I think it's really important for me to have that. But then I think it's not good for me to, you know, kind of have different relationships to the panelists within the discussion.
I think a lot of what was said really kind of represented this disempowering liberal, like ubiquitous liberal position about any kind of radical politics.
Yeah.
Which is, the problem is that the masses aren't educated enough and don't care enough about this subject. And actually the reality is that no one sees any tools available to deal with it. They have seen protest after protest and they haven't seen things change. So they've voted and they haven't seen things change.
One of the like idioms of our relationship is that stupid capitalist story. It's even like a colonizer story that the you know, capitalists tell as a way of understanding opportunity for business, right? And it's to do with like shoe salesman from Manchester coming to somewhere in Africa. It's obviously a very orientalizing story, and seeing that people there don't wear shoes, and one of them telegraphs home, situation hopeless, none of them wear shoes, and the other one says, excellent business opportunity, none of them have shoes yet. And it's just very much this when you talk about when you talk about so many things, but when you talk about climate politics and the working class. And a bunch of liberal climate activists are there saying, we understand the situation because we are educated and have gone through higher education and care about this stuff and contain other such middle-class virtues.
Right.
And
we care. We have been educated in how to care.
They, the plebeian reactionary working class, could not possibly care like we do. May has tipped £10 and says, hey, hoping this will help make up for you getting brigaded by TERFs and accused of taking a side on the... Yeah, no, that's cool. Thank you for that. I really appreciate the £10.
I think, thankfully, we were kind of busy whatever that was going on, so it didn't bother us too much.
Thank you, May. Thank you, May, so much. That was really nice of you. Oh, Astra the Dragon has tipped £4.32 and says, apology, Dono, because something I said on Red Planet a few weeks ago seemed like I was criticizing your delivery when I tried to submit a very long question for Jamie, but the chat glitched and my self-deprecation over it was misdirected, so money. Oh, I don't even remember that, but I really appreciate the money. So
I'm sorry if that made you.
I'm sorry if you've been stressing
worried.
about that because I did not remember. So it clearly did not have a huge impact on me. We're okay. We're good. Excellent business opportunity. None of them have shoes yet, right? The fucking climate dudes. The climate activists are saying the reactionary working class don't care about the climate, so we will simply
educate them.
We will do direct action by blocking traffic, forcing the media to cover what our demands are, demanding things from the government, and it's like, no, if you go to the people, and you talk to them about what their problems are. And then show them how they're related to climate change. And then this is why I had, for example, in my statements for them to discuss, most people won't die because of the wet bulb temperature. Most people who will die because of climate change will starve to death. You know? Like, that's the... It's far before people have to worry about the wet bulb temperature. They're going to be worrying about how to pay for food. And I was trying to get people to think about this and to engage with the fact that there is a huge base that could be recruited into the climate movement, that could work in solidarity with the climate movement, if the climate movement would work in solidarity with them. And they just I've been doing this is the over your head gesture, right? But recently I've been doing this one, right? Bing! And that's much more what's going on here, right? Because the liberal brain, like, just the thought is shooting in, and then it just boop, and it just goes off.
I think, I was sitting with John in the audience, and John was just saying, in response to every single question, just and then we build class power. we deal with climate change by building class power. We because this is the point. Like everyone knows climate change is coming.
It's happening.
It's happening. It's hurting people already. It's scary.
Yes,
it's bad.
this is happening.
It's happening. The problem is not that people don't know and aren't scared enough of climate change. The problem is that
they
people
don't
have
understand how it affects their lives and what they can do about it.
That's
and
the important part.
And the answer to both is class power.
It's build class power.
The answer to how it affects your life is that the pot, when we talk about the boiling frog in the pot, right? The pot is class, right? The reason you are the frog in the pot is because we live in a class hierarchy.
Yeah, put the frogs
and
in that
and
pot.
the chef is your boss, and you are the frog. And the solution is for you and all the other frogs to eat that motherfucker.
So we had that people there who were speaking with like absolutely appropriate amount of urgency and terror about what's coming. Who I use the phrase like liberal anti-capitalist sometimes, and I think this is very much, you know, some of the statements Sophie was bringing up was just like fundamentally the tools of capitalism cannot deal with climate change. And everyone there agreed. Yep. Everybody there agreed capitalism is what's killing us, but they don't necessarily actually understand what capitalism is, how it works, other than people are greedy, people seek profit over over what people need, and those people have power.
Yeah.
They don't really recognize and understand that all of the power that the ruling class has over us comes from our labor, and that is how we have the tools to change things. Is all of their power comes from us. We have the right to refuse, an ability to refuse to give it to them if we act collectively.
There's an understanding of like systems in terms of a moment and a point of failure. And then there's an understanding of like the systematic results of what a system is supposed to do, right? And understanding the system of liberal capitalism ticking over and doing what it does, and then crucially, can we have this here? Is that okay?
Yeah.
Well, it's just leaning in front of the light. The system of liberal capitalist democracy ticking over, right? And then there's a crucial moment, a point of failure, where the scientist appears in the story and comes along to the liberal capitalist politician, bourgeois owner, whatever, bureaucrat, etc., and says pollution is causing a greenhouse effect that's causing global warming, and we're all going to die. You need to make these common sense changes to policy, your corporate practice, your bureaucracy, and we will be fine. And then they are ignored because, as you say, people are too greedy, etc.
But it's not.
I'm not done. And that's the momentary understanding of a system, right? The system is like this. That's the way the system works. And I'm looking at, you know, this sort of gestalt machine. And there's a point here where it should have been almost self-correcting, because the scientists are also part of the system, right? But there's been a point of failure. And then there's the systematic understanding of what it is the system is trying to produce, and in what way, right? And it's simply the fact that capitalism turns natural resources into commodities, and then must consume more and more and more all the time forever, or it dies, right? It needs infinite expansion. And therefore, like, it's the fact that the things being produced are completely decoupled from our needs. So we don't have fucking little tchotchkes and whatever that we need. I mean, this is a cow print Game Boy Color, so actually I do need this one. That was a bad example. But we don't have things that we need. We have things because they were made, and we could buy them, and we have money to spend. Like very literally, we don't have things because we need them. We have them because someone made them, and because the drive to keep making shit, whether it's going to get sold or not, and then to find a buyer for it once it's been made, right, is tied to our production processes. then you realize that we're always going to keep on polluting in some fashion that will kill the planet because of because of capitalism, right? And that's the systematic understanding of capitalism, right? We can't actually make production changes to, some hemp concrete or something that will not do the same level of CO2 pollution, and therefore everything will be fine. Capitalism has to go. And this is the thing that I'm trying to get at, right? Is that they were all, not all of them, but the general tone of the discussion was so focused on an idea that there is someone somewhere, or enough people in enough places, who can yank the steering wheel together this way, and the system will go this way instead. But in fact,
the steering wheel is the evil machine.
Yeah, like
the ruling class existing.
We are barreling towards the cliff, and they think, don't worry, we'll find the steering wheel and yank it to the left, and we'll be okay, and we'll be fine, and we won't go over the cliff. But it's not a car, it's a train on a track. And we not only need to stop it, we need to get it off the track and destroy the track, because there shouldn't be a track that leads off the cliff. Anyway, that was the shape of the discussion, and also the guy who threw glitter on Keir Starmer at the Labour conference was there and did something kind of weird and I think a bit transphobic personally, where he this is part of the public discussion, so my interpretation is mine. You can go look back at the footage later if you want, where he said that he'd been watching Rishi Sunak's speech, and if people aren't familiar with what Rishi Sunak's speech at the Tory party conference was, it was just full of how much transgenderism needs to be destroyed, deeply genocidal language, and this guy said that he had been watching Sunak's speech and found himself agreeing, and then paused for effect and side-eyed me, and then said, because he said that politicians only think in the short term, and I agree. And I personally think that pretending to be maybe a bigot for a joke in front of a marginalized person who would be the person you're pretending to be bigoted against, is in fact just being bigoted and not a funny joke and not okay. And if I'd seen him do this anywhere else ahead of time, I would have insisted he not be on my panel. So yeah, bit of a disappointing time on the climate panel. That's Paris, Zad, TWT. Working on the next Monster Man episode. It's going great. Should be out for Halloween. Cool. Did it. Nailed it. Snailed it. Okay. Everyone, if you're enjoying the stream, please consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe or cheer, but we'd most appreciate if you would tip directly using Command Tip in order to help us have money for things like council tax and the new Hoover and food, and also so I can buy new clothes to be warm during the winter. Okay, let's dive into some extremely depressing liberal slop. Deeply depressing. Just awful. Are you ready?
Let's go.
Yeah? Yeah? Okay. So we're in the New Statesman to begin with, and we are reading, the Hamas attack was driven by a brutal ideology. Unfortunately, the first three articles we're going to be looking at are two in New Statesman and one in The Economist. The Hamas attack was driven by a brutal ideology, Israel, Gaza, and a war without limit, and will Israel's agony end and retribution end in chaos or stability? Which is just...
I just want to say before we get into this, because obviously we're going to be digesting some of this stuff, to think about the ways that liberals talk about these subjects and manufacture consent for imperialist and genocidal violence.
Mm-hmm.
It is a genocide that is being perpetrated right now. It's fucking horrific and terrifying and fucking imperial core governments will never be forgiven for facilitating and permitting this to happen, for forcing and encouraging this to happen. Check out, if you're in the UK, check out Palestine Action. They are launching a fucking effective direct action campaign against Elbit, which...
And other... Palestine Action engages in direct action against Israeli weapons manufacturers. And they're not Israeli themselves necessarily, but they are factories in the UK that are making weapons for Israel, like weapons to kill Palestinians with. They have disrupted Elbit, like you said, as an example of the factories. What was the other one? UAE, I think. But they also have gone to like job recruiters,
right,
who hire for these places,
yeah,
and stop them from working too, because they're just taking an absolute zero tolerance policy on the entire death machine, which is fantastic.
The really powerful thing that they are demonstrating is that these very most violent, militant, powerful organs of death and destruction all rely on touchable, reachable, distributed, many different kinds of mundane, banal business and coordination in order to operate. And those can be touched, they can be attacked, they can be brought down with simple forms of direct action.
Yeah.
Check out Palestine Action, they're fucking brilliant. There's been like corollary actions happening in the US targeting Elbit as well, and just let anyone who needs to know that that you won't tolerate genocide being carried out in your name. In anyone's name.
Absolutely. Right. We're diving in. Lettuce Vervain has said, hi Sophie and Nat and chat. I've been watching Liberal Slop VODs and first time catching one live. So yay, yummy slop.
Delicious.
Welcome, VOD viewer. Hey, if you're watching this on the VOD right now, VOD viewers, I love you. Thank you for watching on the VOD. That's very cool. I will also put the PayPal, I'll put the link tree in the description of the video as well, so you can also donate directly and also help us. And if I remember, and that's the really tricky bit, I will update the donation goal appropriately so that we see what, and if I don't, well, then I will not remember. Okay, yep, we're diving right in. That sure is some slop. Fully immersed in the slop already. Yeah, I feel like we've not just gotten a little slop. We don't just have a petri dish with some slop in it. This time we've been slime tanked.
This is concentrated
right?
slop.
Like,
we've been slime tanked and concentrated slop.
We've been dropped into a slop vat, and or slime dunked from above.
Yeah.
Slop dunked from above.
Slop dunked.
Yeah. Yeah. So I mean, kind of honestly, reader's choice. Which one would you like to start with? The Hamas attack was driven by brutal ideology, Israel, Gaza, and a war without limit, or will Israel's agony and retribution end in chaos or stability?
This one, since we're here.
Okay, cool. So, yay. Just an infuriating title to begin with, right? End in chaos or stability.
Retribution can never end in stability, but their aim is not stability, it is sustainable quiet. And by sustainable quiet, they mean the death of Palestinians until it suits them to have another round of mowing the grass, which is the language that the Israeli government and IDF use to reference periodic genocide of Palestinians, to demonstrate to their own population and control and scare their own population that they are dealing with the problem being the existence of Palestinians in Palestine.
Yeah, absolutely. These, Palestinians are kept in absolutely inhuman conditions. Sorry, could you just, the light is we could move it that way a little bit. Um, there are so many places in Palestine already without infrastructure, and now an explicitly stated goal of the Israeli attacks now is to wipe out electricity, fuel, food, water, access. All of these individually war crimes, by the way.
Yes.
Right, like deliberately targeting this infrastructure. Cool. In a static, decades-long conflict that has rotted for the past 20 years, it can be hard to believe that real change is possible. Be in no doubt, however, that Hamas's murderous assault has blown up the status quo between Israel and the Palestinians. That's so strange because it seems like the exact status quo of Palestinian genocide is continuing. The coming weeks will determine whether war in Gaza sinks the Middle East deeper into chaos, or whether, despite Hamas's atrocities, Israel can begin to create the foundations for regional stability and one-day peace. So, immediately we see the framing from The Economist, and you can see this is in the Middle East section, that like stability is not even about Israel and Palestine specifically. Like the stability they care about is now, and as I say this, someone might say, well, that's fair. That's more people. That's more territory, right? Is the whole Middle East. It's a series of imperialist and international relations and like deals and dynamics, right? Is what they care about, and not whether or not a ton of people are killed, not genocide.
Hence, that kind of infamous clip of Joe Biden saying decades ago, if Israel didn't exist in the Middle East, then America would create it because they so require and desire a state in the Middle East to operate in their interests.
And check it out. Israel didn't exist. And then the British Empire.
Balfour Declaration.
Right. Change is inevitable because of the gravity of Hamas's crimes. More than 1,200 Israelis, most of them civilians, many of those women and children. There was a good video on the Little Joel. What was it on the Little Joel channel? Mm-hmm. No, I'm mixing it up because we were watching some stuff on Little Joel earlier, but I lost the thread. It's fine. Many of those women and children were murdered in their homes, on the street, in kibbutzim, at a music festival. Perhaps 150 more have been dragged to Gaza and shut in makeshift dungeons. Israel's belief that it could indefinitely manage Palestinian hostility with money and airstrikes crumpled earlier on October 7th as the first Hamas bulldozer breached the security fence. Hamas has chosen mass murder and there is no going back.
So, I just wanted to comment on a line that you read before.
Mm-hmm. Can you tell me it?
I don't remember which line it was, but I just wanted to state, for the record, obviously, that daily atrocities is the status quo for Palestinians throughout Israel-Palestine.
Yep. Gaza is now awaiting a huge Israeli ground offensive. Its extent and success will determine the legacy of Hamas's bloody assault. And this is, here is another like sentence from The Economist that's like, how do I go about describing this? You are describing the intentionality and decision-making process of the Israeli state, right? You are describing the Israeli state's reaction to this attack, right? And of course, like, this is part of the problem with with states in general. The response by a state to being attacked by a neighboring group of people is always going to be violence in return. Like, there just isn't a different thing a state is going to do, right? But there is still some decision-making process in there, right? And its extent and success will determine the legacy of Hamas's bloody assault. Is doing so much, what's the word? Legwork, right, for Israel here, because you're saying the point. You're saying like I mean, that's literally the title we've got here, right? The retribution by Israel is going to be understood by everyone as the legacy of what Hamas did, right? Hamas did this, and the response was this, and it's just in the situation that Palestine is and the Palestinians are in, right? And what is Israel, what the Israeli state is doing to them, and what settlers are doing, stealing their land and gloating.
Well, the breaking through of the barrier. This was the event was called Al-Aqsa Flood.
Yeah.
Because what they're obviously not acknowledging is that it's a response to constant actions of violence against Palestinians, but also specific actions of violence against Palestinians.
Like the IDF coming into the Al-Aqsa Mosque
in the
on the holiest day of the year for Muslims. Yeah, absolutely. And it's just, this is an abusive dynamic, right? This is an abusive dynamic here, and then like the logics are being followed through directly in the reporting on it by saying that this is the legacy of what Hamas did, is saying it's Hamas's fault. It's saying Hamas did this thing, and now Israel's response, that's Hamas's fault.
As if Israel is helpless and powerless to do anything else, when we all know that the way to achieve stability and peace is to end the apartheid system, end the siege of Gaza, and the imprisonment of 2 million people in Gaza, half of whom are children, who are now being bombed and bombed and bombed.
When I'm talking about abusive logics in politics, like another example that I think might be illuminating here is when we talk about TERFs, quite frequently we talk about the patriarchy and the way that TERFs are acting in service of the patriarchy constantly. And when there are more well-meaning TERFs who've been earnestly suckered in because they have some kind of vague understanding of feminism, right? And they're saying that rights will be taken away from women, right? Because of a push towards trans rights.
Right.
They are saying, don't make him angry, daddy patriarchy, or it'll be worse for all of us, and then that'll be your fault. And it's the same thing here, right? Hamas... the legacy of Hamas's bloody assault. It's just that's exactly the same logic at play. And once you see abusive logics in politics, it just becomes like actually something you see constantly in effectively all like occupier, settler, class-based dynamics, everything where there is an oppression, an oppressor, right? Because oppression is abusive. And this is exactly Israel's agony and retribution. The comparison I wanted to make was, there's an episode of Star Trek Deep Space Nine where Captain Sisko and Gul Dukat, Ceres' antagonist, are trapped on a planet together. And they can't get off because their shuttle's broken. And I think Sisko's leg is broken, so he's especially trapped. The DS9 lot are all looking for them, but we understand this is a bottle episode. It's mostly going to be about Sisko, Ceres' protagonist, debating Ceres' antagonist, Gul Dukat, about his ideology, because that's pretty much quickly where it gets to, right? It's the tensions are rising and rising, and Gul Dukat has been the commander of an occupying force that was effectively enslaving and imprisoning within their own land an occupied group of people, right? And it's very easy for people to understand the Cardassians and the Bajorans through all sorts of real-world political lenses, and one of the most frequent ones that is discussed is Israel and Palestine. For obvious reasons. But when I discuss this at more length, because I'm intending to do a video about Star Trek DS9, I want to say it's kind of its own thing. Like, they're trying to just comment on the nature of occupation,
right?
And it shouldn't just be taken as like this is an allegory, because I'm sure if you dive into the deep lore of DS9 and of Bajor, you're not going to have like an allegorical 1948 Balfour Declaration and so on, right? It's an occupation. That's the point. Golden Cat thinks of himself as a good occupier, and that's really important to the start of the episode and to what this episode does, right? Because we get to this point where Cisco starts to walk Ducat through his ideology, right? Not Cisco's, but through his own ideology. So he because the crucial thing, right, as with all, like, anyone who's a commander of an occupying force, he's a fascist, right? And he doesn't get that he's a fascist. He thinks that he's nice to them. He thinks, compared to other occupiers, he is nice to the Bajorans and has been nice to the Bajorans.
That he's improving people's conditions,
Right.
that he's making people safer, that he's
Exactly.
being a good boss.
Right.
While
Exactly.
he maintains brutal
There is
enslavement.
I'm fairly certain there is a bit where he talks about giving prisoners in just little concrete cells mattresses as an example of his incredible largesse.
Right.
You know? Anyway, Cisco starts walking him through, like, the debate begins in earnest, right? And we're thinking, we've seen TNG, right? We've seen Picard debate endless goons who are wrong-headed about the way the universe works and the Federation and good and evil and politics and so on and philosophy, right? We know how this will go down, but crucially, right, Cisco is not Picard. And this is something we've seen throughout, even from episode 1. They've been very clear that we're doing something different with this character. He may be the captain, he may in fact be moral in very similar ways to Picard, but his style is not the same. So Picard likes to talk around a problem and lead people into little kind of traps, right? He likes to set them up, and then they get there, and he's like, haha, that doesn't work because of what you already agreed to. And they're like, shit! No! Cisco, because he's dealing with a fascist, and is much less of a man of words than a man of action, Cisco, throughout the series, he starts to just say, like, this is true, yes or no. Okay, then this is true, yes or no. Like, really has to, like, hold his hand through the, like, walking up to the point that your ideology is genocidal. The only thing you really believe in is the total elimination of Bajor and Bajorans. Right? There is no nice occupier. There is no nice commander. None of this. You are genocidal and a fascist. And Ducat says, yes, I am genocidal and a fascist. I have come to be shown that is the truth of what I believe in. So I'm now gonna get on the shuttle, which I guess is fixed by some plot contrivance, and I'm gonna go, and my mission in life now is to kill all Bajorans. And, you know, that's what I want to bring up here with this article, right? Because of this is the legacy of Hamas's bloody assault,
Yeah.
right? It's just that, like, they wanted Gaza to have elections. Gaza had elections. They elected Hamas. They wanted Gaza to not elect Hamas. They had I think there was a referendum. They basically were like, no, not Hamas though. And the Gazans were like, no, we've elected Hamas, right? They pushed to try to have, like, different authorities in control of this, and it's that like, as a people constantly under siege in subhuman conditions, right? They have chosen. There is an organized front of people who are determined to fight and kill the oppressor, right? And that's not true uniformly for all Palestinians or whatever. Not all, Hamas doesn't represent is not the actions of all Palestinians or whatever. But the Israelis did not want a political body in charge of Palestinian territories, of any Palestinian territories, whose position was, Israel should not be doing this to us. You know? They wanted some kind of middleman who's like, maybe you could be nice. Maybe we can have mattresses on the floors of our concrete cells, please. Maybe we could have running water. Maybe the mean age cannot be 18. You know? And instead, you know, this attack is, and that's what I'm trying to say in bringing out this Star Trek analogy here, is like, it's the attack shows the logic that is at play in the Israeli occupation the whole time.
Yeah.
The logic is genocidal itself and cannot ever not be.
I was gonna say, there's interviews where Israeli politicians are talking about the genocidal action of cutting off water to 2 million people trapped in a concentration camp that they've been trapped in for 15 years, cutting off water to those people, half of whom are children. That is a death sentence.
Yep.
And the sort of flippant justifications being made, like, why would we be supplying resources to the place where our enemy is? Well, they only have the ability to supply or cut off those resources because they've made that entire population refugees and forced them into a concentration camp, that they have control over the supply of water and food. They have control over the borders. They have the ability to tell the Egyptian government to not allow through, to make deals with the Egyptian government to bomb the borders.
But what if they use the water for terrorism?
Exactly.
What if they
use food to carry on living, i.e. terrorism?
What if they're able to flush their toilets?
Very much their genocidal
And when the toilet is flushed,
actions.
It makes an Israeli baby cry. Right. Gaza is now waiting. We already had that bit. Okay, so the fundamental choice that Israel's politicians face after the worst catastrophe of their country's history. Do they unite or continue to exploit divisions for their own advantage? A third factor is the choices of Israel's Middle Eastern neighbors, including Iran. In the weeks and months ahead, Israel's leaders carry a heavy responsibility to temper their understandable desire for fire and retribution with a hard-headed calculation about their country's long-term interests and an unwavering respect for the rules of war. They left their people vulnerable by failing to foresee Hamas's looming attack. They must not compound their error by failing to see ahead clearly for a second time. The need for vision begins with the imminent ground offensive. The Israel Defense Forces, the IDF, will rightly strike deep and hard at Hamas. This is another thing. I saw this on Twitter this morning, right? It's really worth looking at what the terminology being used in terms of striking at Hamas, right? Because you will see things like, actually, this is the way that the guy in the video was explaining it. Who runs hospitals in the UK? The NHS, right?
Yeah.
But when we see a Hamas-controlled hospital, school, whatever, right, in the media, when in discussions of Israel and the Palestinian genocide, right, a Hamas-controlled hospital, again, this is why it's relevant to say that Hamas was elected, because they have some regional power. Like, it's important to say that, like, for some people, that's just the local authority, and saying they will rightly strike deep and hard at Hamas is to say we're saying it's fine for them to carry out genocide. But how deep and how hard? Israel will be tempted to unleash a spasm of briefly satisfying violence. Its defense minister has called Hamas fighters human animals and announced a blockade of food, water, and energy. Again, this is it's against, like, the Human Rights Convention. It's a fucking war crime. Like,
it's genocidal.
It's genocidal. There's just no... Israeli officials and President Joe Biden have taken to comparing Hamas to ISIS, an Islamist group that America vowed to eradicate.
Twitter is absolutely full of ads paid for by Israel, like State of Israel Twitter account posts. That's like Hamas is ISIS. Look what they've done. Boom, 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 boom,
Yeah.
boom. This could be your baby. Yeah. Because they can see that social media is flooded with testimony and video and photos of regular people scared out of their fucking minds in Gaza who are seeing whole families, whole neighborhoods wiped out.
Yeah. And I mean, this is where we're seeing like once again the effects of social media as opposed to state and corporate media is like that the democratization is real, right? There is a real democratization of anyone with a phone can upload a video to Twitter. Yeah. Okay.
Which is why they've cut off the internet in Gaza.
Right.
So now they can't.
Exactly. When Russia's invasion of Ukraine began, Elon Musk started providing internet to Ukraine. There have been a lot of comparisons people have been making in order to try to get liberals to basically engage with the humanity of Palestinians, where they say, if you support all of these things about Ukraine, you support all these things about Palestine. Pardon me. But I trust the audience here. Class, listen. My lovely students, I trust you to be at a high enough level of ideas. The ideas dial is switched to the high position. Is it the high position? It's the hot position. The ideas are hot. I trust that you all don't need the right to self-determination for Palestinians explained. But the comparison I want to make, is internet, right? Elon Musk provided internet through, what's it called? Spacelink, right?
I think it's Starlink.
Starlink, sure. To Ukraine, and then said it was costing him too much and decided to stop, but said the American government would have to take over, right? And forced their hand in that regard. Not for Palestine.
Forced the American government to give him massive subsidies for his private business, right?
Yeah, right. Okay, at such a moment, self-restraint matters more than ever. It is in Israel's interest because street fighting is perilous and the hostages are defenseless. It makes the operation militarily sustainable and... Sorry, we've missed something here. The comparison is... we missed a paragraph. The comparison is dangerous because although Hamas deserves to be eradicated, achieving that goal in an enclave... And again, right, this is again where rhetoric immediately makes this all incredibly complicated. To just say Hamas deserves to be eradicated, right... In the way that they talk about Hamas when they are doing coverage of this stuff, they say these things like Hamas controlled hospitals, and to eradicate Hamas from this viewpoint is to eradicate the hospital, is to blow it up, right? And yeah, okay.
Also, just not to give them too much credit, they are simply liars. They actually do not care.
Yeah.
Like, they are indiscriminately targeting civilians. They are bombing people's homes. They are bombing children's hospitals. They are bombing schools. They're bombing UN schools and hospitals.
Yeah.
They're bombing news agencies. They're bombing paramedics. They're bombing the roads that they have told people to flee on. They have told people to evacuate.
Yeah.
They are bombing the locations they have told people to evacuate to.
Yeah. Well, I mean, here's the Economist saying that comparison is dangerous, right? Well, there's a strange thing here, right? Because that comparison is dangerous, right? ISIS to Hamas, because if we look at this comparison and we start to see some illuminating things, right? Like ISIS is were trying to create an Islamic caliphate that was extremely reactionary and conservative. Hamas are fighting for a national self-determination for the Palestinian people. ISIS were not, except for against American occupation, we're not fighting off this genocidal occupation of their people. So that bit's not not comparable. But my point is that in terms of media coverage, if you start to make this comparison, you do start to see the very strange dichotomy between the occupied people not, to be clear here, actually occupied in that they are occupied by Israel, but an understanding almost that the Palestinians are occupied by Hamas, right? Hamas is evil and we condemn, right? But Hamas is engaging in acts of retaliatory violence against their occupiers, right? In other words, they are engaging in one response in the interest of the occupied people, right? But then at the same time, there are these innocent people, right? And we have to always distinguish these two things. We have to always distinguish these two things, as in this sentence. That comparison is dangerous because, although Hamas deserves to be eradicated, achieving that goal in an enclave of 2 million impoverished people with nowhere to flee will be impossible, right? And this is they can make this statement here because, if we were making this statement about ISIS or whatever, it's not the same kind of enclosed in tiny space with so many people crowded into one space that is then about to be bombed, right? But like it is a dangerous comparison because they engage in the same underhanded trick every time, right? Which is that there have been centuries of fucking colonialism and historic context of the reactionary ruling classes internationally fucking over the Middle East that have led to very reactionary and horrible forces leading people, and the matter of some politicized and organized agent that is leading a people, right, is that they aren't really totally cleanly separable, right? When you talk about Germans in the 1930s and you talk about the Nazis, right? Not cleanly separable. But then this is the way that the media is creating a lens for us, right? A lens to understand that Hamas deserves to be eradicated, but there's 2 million impoverished people. Well, it's like, compared to the size of many states, 2 million is minuscule. Absolutely minuscule. So, what proportion of 2 million people is Hamas?
Yeah, well, I mean, it could just as easily be said that a goal of, like, eradicating any political movement born out of a population in general, let alone, like, an occupied people, regardless of the popularity of that movement, the success of that movement, of that, of their, like, governance or action or whatever, is, is not cleanly possible in any sense, in any context.
Yeah.
But also, like, we're seeing here in this article basically, like, from a kind of liberal, fairly, very short history perspective, an urging of restraint for Israel's genocidal violence, right?
Yeah. I mean, that is the angle being taken.
Yeah.
But for the interests of Israel.
Right, exactly.
They're basically saying, Gol Dukat, don't be provoked into revealing that you are a genocidal fascist.
Right, exactly.
But it's too late.
Yeah.
This is where, again, you see the interests of the international bourgeois, like, come through in The Economist again and again and again and again and again, because of the responses that Israel could take to Hamas's attack. As I say, it's going to be a violent one of some kind. But yes, The Economist is right. The lesser that response would be, the more stability in the region, asterisk, for the benefit of imperialist policy and the shape of imperialist power, right, can be maintained. So it's like, it's almost a stopped clock thing. Right. Restraint in the ground offensive restraint in the ground offensive depends on the choices of Israel's politicians. Before the war, they were tearing the country apart over a new law curbing the Supreme Court. Sorry, actually, I just realized there was more I wanted to say about this kind of distinction between Hamas and Palestinians, right? And this is not to say that I don't believe in a distinction between Hamas and Palestinians. I'm just talking about the way that the media processes distinctions between people doing violence on behalf of an oppressed people and the oppressed people. Because, it's about half of the Gaza Strip, right, that was just cordoned off as, we're going to bomb this. You have to get out of here. Right? And it's just like, supposing people don't move from there, and instead of 2 million people on the Gaza Strip, you suddenly have 1 million people. And that's assuming they're evenly spread out or whatever. But the size is reduced and reduced and reduced. Right? This distinction between the people who are fighting for the occupied, for the oppressed people and the oppressed people. It's like, when you get down to there being, 1,000 people left or whatever, it's very apparent there is restraint in the ground offensive depends on the choice of Israel's politicians. Before the war, they were tearing the country apart over a new law, curbing the Supreme Court. For now, grief and horror have brought people back together, but the left blames the far-right government of Benjamin Netanyahu, the Prime Minister, for poisoning relations with the army and the security services over the court, and neglecting the security in Gaza because of a fixation with helping Jewish settlers in the West Bank. The right counters that calls for civil disobedience by... Very strange. Maybe the right counters those calls for civil disobedience by senior officials opposed... No?
The right counters.
The right counters that calls for civil disobedience by senior officials opposed to Mr. Netanyahu were a green light for Hamas. Mr. Netanyahu must try to use his new war cabinet announced this week to unite Israel. Only by healing its own politics will the country be able to deal with Gaza. I mean... Again, you're just talking across so many, with this bizarrely broad brush, you're just making weird kind of the interests that the Economist is speaking in, right, which is fundamentally American and European imperialism, right, is not the same as the internal interest of Israeli politics, is not the same as the region, and obviously is not the same as those of Palestinians. But it's just so strange to be they need to heal the problems in their own politics.
So it's not that strange, specifically because what they're pointing to is Israel is really fascist. It's become increasingly fascist over the last decade. Increasingly fascist towards the people it considers people, as well as Palestinians. It has, the sort of imperial core conversation around Israel loves to describe it as the only democracy in the Middle East, right? And it's not a democracy because huge portions of the population occupied by Israel cannot vote.
Exactly.
And besides that, it's fundamentally undemocratic and persecutes Palestinians, whether they have Israeli citizenship or not, in all sorts of ways. But again, they love to describe Israel as the only democracy in the Middle East, and have been increasingly, the sort of liberal political commentariat have been increasingly hand-wringing over the increasingly transparent fascist slide of Israeli politicians, the way they respond to charities, media, activists, protesters,
trying to help Palestine.
Exactly.
Yes.
But not just, as well, just sort of other kinds of domestic Israeli politics. So they're talking about the Supreme Court being limited as well, right? And I think it's really worth acknowledging and pointing out how the imperial core loves to play innocent like this, gets to play innocent when the way that Israel operates is a direct consequence of the desires, interests, military funding of the US, previously of the British Empire.
Absolutely.
And
to expand on that for a second, right? The increasing open fasciness of Israeli politics comes as a recognition that like any kind of liberal approach to the Palestinians, right? Any kind of vaguely left or progressive approach is just not what Israel is there for. It's just not the purpose of it, and their allies in the West are just not paying them to do that. Like that's
right. So they're
paying, in terms of foreign aid and military spending.
They're increasingly giving up on pretending to be nice occupiers.
Yeah, because they're a very clear incentive saying no, do more violence, do more violence, do more violence,
right.
And then they're saying okay, clearly they want us to do more violence, so we should do that.
So the people who are willing to do more violence are the people who stay in power in Israel.
And then, as you say, then the imperial core countries get to pretend that this is not their fault entirely directly.
And they get to, whilst still handing them, whilst still facilitating, encouraging and funding genocidal violence, they get to now do think about civilians. So.
Yeah, heal its politics, right? This is what I mean. To say that it needs to heal its politics, right? Is it's a fucking nonsense, right?
Yeah.
They should be restrained in their response to Hamas, because their response to Hamas will be seen by the rest of the world, and will determine the legacy of this. And yes, it'll be a lesson to Hamas, right? But if they're too short-sighted about this and just bloodthirsty genocidal maniacs, which they are because we encouraged them to be, then that'll cause that'll make people upset. People will understand what the entire project
exactly
has been there for the entire time, right? There are 2 more articles on the Israel situation, so I'm gonna close this one.
Yeah. But I just wanted to say, this is exactly how the U.S. foreign policy operates all around the world. They don't like the socialist, democratic, anti-colonial governments that have been democratically elected, so they get them fucking ousted in a coup, get them fucking assassinated. They prop up brutal dictators, reactionaries, fascists.
Yep.
They fund gangsters, any fucking scumbag they can find to do horrific violence, to destroy working class power, to destroy socialists, to destroy communists the world over. And then they, 5 years later, or in the news the next week even, they go, tut tut, isn't that sad? We urge restraint, when they've made it happen. So you could say the same about Indonesia. You can say the same about Iraq. You can say the same about.
You could say the same about Afghanistan until you were blue in the face. You could
Chile.
Microscopically and infinitesimally say the same about Afghanistan. Chile, absolutely.
Every single time they make it, and the imperial core makes it impossible for democratic, socialist, anti-imperialist governments to exist in a region. They do every single thing possible to make that impossible, and then they sit back and tut at the ugly reactionary violence that they have caused in the region.
Kurt Vonnegut once said that the way he thought of himself as controlling the characters in his stories, but authors frequently they just sit inside of their fictional world, right? They sit inside of their fictional world and they watch the characters who they see as real people interacting and just sort of write down what it is that they do. But he said, I can control my characters, but my control over them is like I'm attached to them by stale rubber bands. And this is what it's like with the relationship between the imperial core and all these countries, is that it's stale rubber bands, right? And they're going and they're yanking as hard as they can this way. Do more violence, right? And then no, not like that. But
Yeah.
but you can't push with this one.
Yeah.
It's a rubber band. You can't pull in the other way. Oh no, I've encouraged them directly to do genocide, and now they're doing genocide. But that will be bad for my interests. Fucking pathetic. Anyway, if you're enjoying the stream, I'm enjoying is a complicated word. If you're getting something out of the stream, please consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe or cheer, but we'd most appreciate it if you would donate directly using command tip. We are trying to hit this goal, this one here, over there on that side of the screen. But this is our first stream in the month, so I think we're doing fairly well so far. Please donate directly using command tip if you can. I would really appreciate it. We've got stuff like council tax and bills and food and other household stuff that needs doing. And also, I would really like to buy myself some new warm clothes for the winter. Right, we're getting into the new Statesman, Israel, Gaza, and a war without limit. We're kind of on the same kind of vibe with this article as the Economist one. The response to Hamas will devastate the Strip, upend the balance of power in the Middle East, and define the legacy of Benjamin Netanyahu. It's interesting, the balance of power in the Middle East statement there. I'm expecting what they're going to be going over here is the Saudi-Israeli normalization talks that the UN and US were attempting. Yeah. Which were fundamentally predicated on the idea that no one cares about Palestinians. Just that fuck them. Like they can just be forgotten about at this point. Which we could read into a little of maybe Hamas's with the you've been saying as we've been discussing this so far, like Hamas's intention has been just to touch Israel, right? Just to show an ability to hurt them in any way whatsoever because of the horrible violence that they live under all the time. But it's worth examining, a broader consciousness than that, because human beings aren't stupid and are aware of wider context. We will now have a read. No one expected it. Sorry, I'm just scroll back up before carrying on. The Israeli intelligence services have already said about knowing about plans for the attack ahead of time.
From what I've only seen, that they were quite vaguely warned by Egypt, so that something big was coming.
Sure.
That's kind of the extent of what I've seen, so I don't know.
No one expected it. Between 6 a.m. and 7 a.m. on Saturday, 7th of October, as the Jewish High Holy Day period was nearly drawing to a close, rocket alert sirens sounded in south-central Israel. Armed militants from the Gaza Strip had entered Israel by land, sea, and air. Under a barrage of thousands of rockets, hundreds of Hamas and Islamic Jihad militants attacked army outposts, towns, and small communities. They entered homes, murdered civilians, and took dozens of others hostage, young and old. Footage of atrocities recorded by the militants started to circulate on social media. In a state grimly accustomed to periodic fighting between the Israeli army, Hamas, and other militant factions, the scale and brutality of the attack stunned the country. Israel has not been surprised like this since the Yom Kippur War 50 years ago. On 6th of October 1973, on the holiest day of the Jewish calendar, Israelis woke up to a coordinated offensive by the Syrian and Egyptian militaries in the Golan Heights and the Sinai Peninsula, both of which Israel had occupied since the Six-Day War of 1967. But this time it was different. Not a war between armies on the border with soldiers and tanks, but a ruthless targeting of civilians in their homes. In the Yom Kippur War, which lasted 30 days, 2,500 Israeli soldiers were killed. The death toll from Hamas's attack was at least 1,000 in a few days, most of them civilians. It is worth us pausing for a minute and just talking about settlers. Some people have been saying the phrase settlers are not civilians. It's worth us talking about. I'm not necessarily saying, because ultimately someone is murdered in their home. Yeah. That is different to someone who is an armed combatant being murdered. Absolutely. But then at the same time we examine the nature of the extremely fascist and reactionary class that are Israeli settlers, as in the people currently taking homes that have been vacated by Palestinians in recently vacated Palestinian territory and occupying them and saying, this is our God-given right to this.
The term civilian here is not uncomplicated.
Yes,
but
exactly.
It's also worth pointing out that, like, you know, there have been family members of people killed or taken hostage who have been begging the Israeli government to end the genocidal violence being carried out against Gazan citizens. I saw a video of someone today saying he wasn't crying for his parents that had been killed.
Yeah.
But he was crying over the genocidal violence being enacted against Gazans that he wanted to stop, and he wanted to be able to share his tears and demand that it end. And I think it's really worth, like, just saying, like, how horrifying that is, that he doesn't even have time and space to grieve his parents that have been lost, because he has to contend with the fact that his government is enacting genocide as in his parents' name.
Yeah, exactly.
And so that's what he has to do. That's what he has to focus on.
But on the other hand, right, there's also videos that are coming from Israeli settlers that are all over social media, where they're, gloating about the glorious, righteous wrath of God being carried in Israeli missiles. There was a video from one settler. He was going around. He was turning the lights on and off in his house, running the water, showing that he had internet and TV access, to gloat to Palestinians that they would soon not because of the actions of Hamas. He was gloating about a genocidal war crime. This is again, settlers are still not the same as armed combatants, but the image of, in the wording here in this article, most of them civilians. Right. Is conjuring an idea of someone who is apolitical. It's conjuring an idea of someone who is not, for example, gloating over genocidal war crimes.
Yeah, it's also worth kind of reminding that the settlements themselves are created, dictated, produced for the interests of war. They are maintained as military strategy, the settlements themselves, to maintain the settler colonial state of Israel, to punish, patrol, and persecute Palestinians.
Many of the places under assault were within 7 kilometers of the border in an area called the Gaza Envelope, which is within easy range of rocket fire and shelling from the Strip, although Hamas also struck as far as Ofakim, a city 20 kilometers east of the border. Aside from the city of Sderot, home to, I don't know if I'm saying that right, Sderot, anyway, home to 30,000 people, the communities close to Gaza are small kibbutzim. The Negev desert stretches to the south and east. Gaza itself is a coastal strip only 41 kilometers long and between 6 kilometers and 12 kilometers wide. More than 2 million Palestinians live there, making it one of the most densely populated places on Earth. That also I just find a kind of bizarre, like, these are the kind of statements that you get when you are doing coverage of a genocidal occupation, but you will not acknowledge that it is a genocidal occupation, right? More than 2 million Palestinians live there, making it one of the most densely populated places on Earth. Why is it so densely populated? Because it's a prison. It's
a refugee camp from the majority of the people who live there are the descendants of people who were originally expelled from their homes in the Nakba.
It's just no context, right? It's just
they aren't allowed to fucking leave. They cannot leave.
More than 2 million Palestinians simply live there. They just are there, I guess. Israel had occupied Gaza after the Six-Day War, but left unilaterally in 2005, forcibly evacuating Jewish settlements. An air, sea, and land blockade has been in place since 2007, when Hamas wrested control of Gaza from Mahmoud Abbas's Fatah following the Palestinian parliamentary elections the previous year. While Israel controls 2 border crossings, airspace, and the waters around the Strip, Egypt controls a 3rd crossing to the south.
So it's worth, this is trying to complicate the idea because the kind of simplified, Israeli narrative is basically tries to represent Gaza as its own state that has control of its own well-being, and represent this as like a war between 2 countries almost. But the reality is that they are describing.
This is why I earlier said they wanted them to have elections. Outside forces wanted to install some kind of democratic facade almost inside Gaza to say this is a state.
Right, to represent Israeli interests within.
Right. I'm saying that's the outcome they wanted to come of the elections. Yes. But the purpose of the elections to begin with even is you're saying, so they can say this is a state and we're a state and it's 2 states.
Right, exactly. But the reality that they are pointing at here is that Gaza is categorically occupied by Israel.
Yeah.
And
Okay. The blockade was ostensibly put in place to stop Hamas and other militant groups acquiring arms and weapons, but its devastating impacts, including prolonged electricity shortages that obstruct essential services, have left sewage flowing in the street, have been well documented. And Gaza, between periodic rounds of fighting with Israel, lives under constant threat of violence as its people are killed and infrastructure is destroyed by Israeli Air Force strikes. The blockade also severely limits the movement of Palestinians. After a security cabinet meeting on Saturday evening, Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli Prime Minister, urged Gazans to leave now because the Israeli army was going to turn all Hamas hiding places into rubble. But most can't get out of the Strip. How could such a catastrophic failure of intelligence occur? Why did it take hours for Israeli security forces to reach some of the communities under attack? Why did it take Netanyahu nearly 3 hours to address a terrified nation? Blame is being directed at Israel's dysfunctional government. Last December, Netanyahu, who had spent a year leading the opposition after failing to win the 2021 election, formed the most right-wing religious coalition government in Israel's history. In an attempt to forestall being imprisoned on corruption charges for which he faces trial, he was willing to build a government with far-right parties that have avowedly Jewish supremacist and racist worldviews.
This is what I was saying in the previous article, he's being condemned for all kinds of reactionary violence, corruption, just desperate to maintain power at all costs, personally, Benjamin Netanyahu. So they've been, the media has been already kind of hand-wringed and tutting at the dropping of the facade of Israel being a respectable democracy, basically.
Yes. Okay. In January 2023, only a month after the new coalition had been formed, Yariv Levin, the justice minister and a member of Netanyahu's right-wing Likud party, announced a program of huge changes to the judiciary that have bitterly divided the country. Proponents argue that the judicial overhaul will improve Israel's balance of powers, protecting democracy. Opponents warn that it will end Israel's fragile democratic system. Since March, Israelis have staged weekly protests against the reforms. In one unprecedented act of defiance, all but 3 of 40 reservist pilots in the Israeli Air Force's elite 69 squad. Sorry, fuck. Babe, I fucked up covering Israel Palestine. I'm gonna kill. Jesus Christ. In July, hundreds of other reservists. If you like our very serious and worthwhile discussion of liberal mainstream publications and their ideological positioning and technologies, please consider donating with Command Tip to help us survive the cost of living crisis. Israel's military leadership warned the government that the rift over judicial reform was putting the security of the country at risk. In March, even the defense minister Yoav Gallant, a member of Likud, called on the coalition to pause the reform as it proceeded rapidly through parliament. The growing rift in our society is penetrating the IDF and security agencies. Gallant, a former general, warned. This poses a clear, immediate, and tangible threat to the security of the state. I will not lend my hand to this. Netanyahu fired him the next night, prompting a mass spontaneous protest on Israel's streets into the early hours. 2 weeks later, following a spate of rocket fire from Gaza, Lebanon, and Syria, as well as attacks by Palestinians in the West Bank and Tel Aviv, Netanyahu reinstated Gallant. The judicial reforms, if they pass as intended, would enable the government's more extremist members to fulfill their vision of a greater Israel, with Jewish sovereignty over the entire West Bank and the privileging of rights for Jews in the occupied territories. As the divisions within Israel have deepened, violence has escalated in the West Bank. The day before Hamas's horrifying attack, Israeli settlers were filmed marauding through the village of Hawara, the site of what was described as a pogrom against Palestinians in February. The coalition has done nothing to calm those tensions, focusing its energy on protecting Jewish settlers and carrying out operations against the militants in the West Bank as violence has escalated. In July, the Palestinian Ministry of Health had recorded 153 deaths at the hands of Israeli forces since January, surpassing the total death toll in 2022. Following the attack by Hamas on 7th October, it has become clear that much of the IDF's Gaza division has been redeployed to the West Bank to protect Jewish settlers. There are no signs that Netanyahu will take responsibility for these serious failures of intelligence and leadership. Since October 7th, his supporters have been spreading rumors that the attack was enabled by traitors within the Israeli army collaborating with Hamas. But the scale of the security lapses will only become more apparent. One Egyptian official has claimed that Israel ignored warnings that something big was about to happen. One Egyptian official has claimed Israel... I just read that. On October 8th, Israeli media published astonishing testimony from a captured militant questioned by Israeli security forces. We prepared for over a year, he was reported to have said. The protests in Israel encouraged us. 5 hours passed before we were shot at. We were prepared with 1,000 fighters. We broke through the Gaza border fence in 15 places. We were in shock that the IDF wasn't waiting for us.
I watched a video earlier talking about...
Mr. Fishy, thank you so much for the £5. Serious tip for serious news. Seriously, thank you so much. It really helps, and I really appreciate everyone who's tipping. Thank you so much. Go on. You watched a video.
I watched a video earlier about the surveillance in Gaza by the IDF, and like how much they have the ability to intercept digital communication. Telephone communication, and how much the preparation must have been, low tech basically, to be able to avoid being spotted. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is one of those places where we can examine. This is one where the conspiratorially minded will be having an absolute fucking field day, right? But we can examine all sorts of motivations at play that would not be meaningfully different if you start to deploy your conspiracy narrative as this thing was known and this thing was planned and they let this thing but rather like the difference is once you start your fantasy narrative about some kind of secret room where people are planning things somewhere, then those people's intentions become the entire driver of the story because they're omnipotent. Right. And then what they want next is the thing that's going to happen next. Rather than looking at the motivations. Rubber bands that they're actually...
Yeah, absolutely. And so it's
touching the world around them with.
It's like, okay, so did they know and how much did they know? Well, supposing they completely, totally knew, can you see an interest from the far right in Israel in letting some kind of attack happen to some degree? I mean, not really, because like there are a bunch of fascists already. They don't really need a big excuse to go and start killing a ton of Palestinians. They can make
plenty of excuses anytime they like, really.
Like this is exactly and I mean, I'm not the conspiracy theorist is a guy I've made up to get mad at here. Like obviously this isn't present anywhere in the conversation, but like just to be clear about this, since we're talking about like intelligence community stuff and a foreknowledge, like. Revisit this, right? In July, the Palestinian Ministry of Health recorded 153 deaths at the hand of Israeli forces, surpassing the total of 2022. Right? In half a year, more people had been killed by Israeli forces than in the whole of last year. So it's like there's your escalation already. Like they already just see no issue just going and killing tons of people, right?
And like the consequence of these attacks in like among like Jewish Israelis as well has been that they're fucking furious with their government, that they have created a situation where this happened, that they have, you know, like not just failed to anticipate this attack, but their response to this attack has actively killed the hostages, like actively killed like numbers of the hostages, like the people whose like family members have been taken have been like desperately campaigning and protesting for, you know, many of the articles keep describing like and Keir Starmer and fucking Lamy like keep talking about Israel's right to defend itself and its need to go and rescue hostages. It's not rescuing the hostages, it's fucking killing them along with all of the Palestinians that they're like trapped with in Gaza.
Melanary in chat said, skipping the first part, you all are having this discussion in a way that makes it way less infuriating than any of the rest of the last week and a half. Thanks for saying that. I mean, this is just it, like when you're looking at liberal slop, right? It's just like so often only one position truly is represented. And this is the case here, right? Only one position is truly being represented, and that is the one that Israel has a right to have done everything it's done since its existence. Like, has a right to have been killing Palestinian children for decades,
but
has a right to have imprisoned Palestinians in an open-air prison, has a right to be attacking their infrastructure and all of this stuff, but this time...
They should be cautious, they should exercise restraint.
The range of positions is on what they should do this time and how severe the response should be this time, but
they do the same thing every time.
In creating a range of positions here, we have all taken the consensus is for sure that it was okay what they all did so far. Everything up to this point was fine in order for us to discuss positions now, right? And that's essential.
And I think it's really, like, the reality of that is really spelled out in so many, like, responses from politicians and wonks and, like, Israeli statements that say, like, Israel has a right to exist.
Sure.
And for the average liberal, they'll be hearing that and kind of not knowing why it's being said.
Yeah.
Like, duh, it's a country. Why wouldn't it have a right to exist? And it just demonstrates, like, that's the fundamental challenge. This genocide is being enacted. This apartheid is being enacted. All of these horrific imperialist colonial actions are being carried out because of the fundamental fact that Israel exists as a settler colonial state. And so all of this violence comes from that core truth. And so every time they're enacting horrific violence and being criticized for it, it has to be stated. But Israel has a right to exist. And the following sentence is, this is how we maintain that existence. And it just points to the only response is, no, Israel does not have a right to exist as a genocidal, occupying, settler colonial state managing apartheid.
Yes.
It doesn't have the right to exist that way. That is wrong.
Absolutely.
And dismantling apartheid, dismantling the occupation is the only way to stop this permanent state of violence and oppression of Palestinian people. Yeah.
So let's go into this part of the article where we're talking more about where we can look more at the New Statesman's, you know, intentions in commissioning this article and in you know the editorial here, right? So there are broader geopolitical questions. Yay. Netanyahu's strategy of normalizing, again, it's just that, like, there are and there aren't, you know. In the like simple and straightforward, like, what should be done here, there aren't broader geopolitical questions. It is wrong that they are enacting genocide and have been genocidal this entire fucking time. That's just wrong. Right? But then, like, anyway. But of course we have to talk about the broader geopolitical questions because we have to get in the new Statesman's true function as an imperialist mouthpiece. Netanyahu's strategy of normalizing ties with Arab states is both a way of not acting on the impasse in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict and of building a Middle East front against Iran. Hamas's offensive took months of planning and required support, probably from Iran, which funnels tens of millions of dollars a year to the militant group. Tehran, for its part, has denied any involvement. The Lebanese Shia militant group Hezbollah, also backed by Iran, stated on 7th of October that the attack contains a clear message to the Arab and Islamic world, and especially to those who strive for a normalization agreement. On 8th of October, Hezbollah joined the fray, firing a rocket into Israel from southern Lebanon. The IDF responded with artillery fire. This was a shot across the bow from the militants who warned Israel of the implications should it invade Gaza.
Oh, well, they killed people, so it's not just a shot across the what is it?
I don't know if you've as in it was Hezbollah they were talking about. This was a quote, shot across the bow from the militants who warned Israel of the implications should it invade Gaza. Professor Bruce Hoffman, senior fellow for counterterrorism and homeland security at the Council on Foreign Relations, said, once that line is crossed, I believe the fighting will spread and escalate into a two-front war with Hezbollah joining from the north and possibly a coordinated uprising from the West Bank. Hezbollah joining the war would have enormous consequences. During what Israel calls the Second Lebanon War of 2006, the battle-hardened militant group had an arsenal of 15,000 missiles. Today, its stockpile is believed to be 10 times that, with missiles that are more accurate and can travel farther. Tehran, meanwhile, has a, quote, immense and intense interest in ensuring the longevity of its two cat's paws in the Levant and the southern Mediterranean. What an odd metaphor. I like it, though, Hoffman said. If Hezbollah were to join a war and, quote, if the third front in the West Bank materializes, Israel will likely target Iran, the puppet master. This will have dire repercussions, and much like the 9/11 attacks changed national, regional, and international security, this will have a similarly seismic impact. Iran, the puppet master, is an interesting one because if you are in the proximity of the Middle East, you will see this come up in national propaganda over and over and over again. Even in Armenia, we found Iran, the puppet master, propaganda about Azerbaijan.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. The US has been pushing for...
so it's just worth, like, saying specifically, there's been a lot of reporting that has vaguely gestured at Iran as responsible for the Hamas attacks, with no evidence, no even need to this article gets to make this very consequential statement and just say probably supported by Iran. They must have required support, and that support probably would have come from Iran. There's been years of warmongering against Iran, right? There's always people ready to push the button and go to war with Iran from the US.
It's one of the most ironic statements in modern geopolitics, or maybe geopolitics ever, but that Americans are constantly calling Iran the biggest exporter of terrorism, when in fact it's America. When Israel's Security Cabinet met on the evening of 7th October, it confirmed that the country was at war. Netanyahu has vowed mighty vengeance. Intense bombing has been carried out on Gaza. Israeli troops appear to be preparing for ground invasion. Hamas has threatened to kill Israeli hostages and broadcast their deaths if IDF airstrikes continue unannounced. Those desperate to find their relatives are anxious that the government won't protect them. The Israeli finance minister, Bezalel Smotrich, one of the more extremist members of the coalition, reportedly told the cabinet meeting, it's time to be cruel, even if it means hostages die. I saw a video earlier of people harassing and physically fighting families of hostages because the families of hostages are asking for them to please not kill their family members. And the Israeli government and the people harassing and attacking them, obviously, simply thirst for the blood of Palestinians too much. I think...
You know, that video you were referencing earlier where the woman is saying, like, if one hair on an Israeli's head is touched, then this is the consequence of massacre of Palestinians. The IDF is killing Israelis itself. It doesn't give a shit about getting them back. It just wants to kill Palestinians.
No, totally, yeah. I mean, there's also, like, the level of vitriol and rage and drive for this, like, retributive violence means that they're going, you know, they're bombing Gaza, not to say utterly indiscriminately, but, like, if they're talking about bombing every Hamas hiding place, well, some of those Hamas hiding places are surely where the hostages are.
They used white phosphorus on a hospital.
Yeah. Okay, third Israel article, and then we will be done with Israel for the rest of the stream. Just kidding. The Hamas attack was driven by a brutal ideology here in the New Statesman. Let's go. The atrocities committed against Israeli civilians have roots in the same fanaticism as activists face in Iran.
Fuck you. Full stop. Fuck you. Fuck you.
You have a comment? You expand on that, or is that the whole comment?
They love to create the impression that the violence between the violence directed at Palestinians and responded to occupation by Palestinians is a consequence of religious tension, of ideology, of Islamism and fanaticism.
Yeah.
And completely ignore the existence of the genocidal settler colonial occupation of Palestine.
I actually have to pee and then get more coffee. You should chat with chat for 5 minutes. I will try and be quick. For 5 minutes. You could read some of the article if you want to, but I'd rather carry on with the format where I'm reading it to you. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, any excuse any Western media outlet has to say that Muslims organized in any number of any amount are hyper-reactionary force who are going to destroy the world.
The same fanaticism activists face in Iran, so it's saying that the violence enacted by the Iranian state towards activists in Iran is the same, and is also simply fanaticism rather than maintaining power and control.
Yeah. Tell them, not me. Also, tell them to donate.
Is the same as the violence enacted by an occupied people facing genocide and ethnic cleansing and apartheid and living in a concentration camp for 15 years. Thank you, Glaucus. I'm glad that you like the blue. One happy chipmunk says, and it's honestly a racist equivocation at that, and I completely agree, and I think it's fucking disgusting and Islamophobic, and I'm just responding to the title right now, but I can't really imagine that I'm gonna get more pleased with this article. Killed with Hammers says, every Reddit conversation in the comments of these articles, like, wow, religion is so bad for the world. Yeah, I fucking hate it. fucking sucks. I don't know if anyone remembers Tim Minchin. I remember I thought he was neat when I was a teenager. But as I learned more about the world, I came to be really, really fucking revolted by his song about Israel-Palestine that's like, you don't eat pigs and we don't eat pigs. It seems it's been that way forever. So if you don't eat pigs and we don't eat pigs, why not eat pigs together? Fucking atheist, fucking cultural Christian, fucking piece of shit. As if it's simply a religious conflict. Haha, aren't these religious wackos so crazy they're killing each other over which god they believe in? It's fucking disgusting. This is an imperialist settler colonial project and that's the source of the violence. One happy chipmunk says, as a Muslim, it's been very shit right now. I really hate the flare up in Islamophobia. I'm really sorry, and I hope that you have kind and caring people around you because it's been really scary to see. I know there's been lots of really scary things in the news, and yeah, it's a scary time for Jews and Muslims in around the world. Astra the Dragon, I'm very glad you're enjoying Joint Nat Stream. I'm glad to be here. Richard Dawkins mindset, yes. Yes, absolutely. Look at I see you said Laura says hi, look, and I say hi, Laura. This dungeon sub-boss says, I don't like atheists boiling everything foreign down to religious conflict. I hate that shit. This is about power, and even without the religion, this sort of thing can happen. The problem is violence and the incentives behind it, not religion. I completely agree. Religion can often be wielded as a tool to divide and conquer by the interests of power, but it's the interests of power that cause the problems, not the existence of religion in the first place. And it's fundamentally a racist framing that gets trotted out absolutely constantly. I know a lot of the kind of framings of conflict in Iraq after the Iraq War and kind of during were framing these like religious tensions that just simply didn't exist before the Iraq War. Not in the sense that they were being framed in. Bye, lettuce, Vivian. One happy chipmunk says, apparently the US and Venezuela are brokering some kind of deal. US and Venezuela have reached a deal where US lowers sanctions on Venezuelan oil production. In exchange, Maduro will allow free and competitive elections next year. Very interesting, very interesting. Cough, cough, cough. Alright, Sophie, I'm gonna swap now. I'm gonna wee.
English language. I could scream to drown you out. That's reasonable.
Yeah.
Have a good week.
Okay, class, quiet down. Calm down, everyone. The lecture will resume shortly. We will be moving on to other sloppier slop as well. Okay, I may as well, since we can't carry on with the stream until Nat gets back, I may as well just nag you all to donate. Tag team peeing, yeah. I mean, if she told me that she needed P2, we could have just put the intermission screen on, but this is fine. Yeah, really seriously, like, there's a cost of living crisis going on. Shit sucks. It's too expensive. We need to heat the house, which, like, I don't know when we're next gonna run out of electricity, but we are on a pay-as-you-go meter. So when our money runs out on the meter, like, just the lights just go out in the house. It's very alarming, and I'd really like for that to not happen, but I don't have, like, spare, I don't know, 100 quid or whatever. It would be very nice to have that. It would also be very nice to have the money to pay for council tax, bills, food. Like I said before, a new Hoover would be really, really nice. There's a lot of stuff that we need money for, and you can help us out by donating directly using Command Tip. That would be really, really helpful. So if you've enjoyed the stream at all so far, if you find yourself enjoying the stream at all during the night, please, please, please donate directly using Command Tip to help us out. It makes a big difference to our lives. Right, let's go read. The Hamas attack was driven by a brutal ideology. Did you have a good pee?
I did.
Good. The atrocities committed against Israeli citizens have roots in the same fanaticism activists face in Iran. There's just been a women's revolution in Iran where people have been taken away by, like, the secret police for just saying, you know, women should have rights, and just taken and fucking executed. And this is, yeah, just, it's just comparing this to violence committed, and again, I'm being careful enough with my words here. Being committed on behalf of people under occupation, of an oppressed people. You know, it's just
By people under.
Oh yeah, I mean,
right?
absolutely. They don't have to even be fighting for any more people themselves, frankly. Yeah. I remember the VOD you were last being threatened about the meter. Sorry about that. I mean, it's just kind of an ongoing, perpetual thing. It's a form of class warfare, in my opinion, or in the objective fact of materialism. That, like, in poorer neighborhoods like our one, rather than being on monthly electricity plans that have any kind of fixed rate, it's way more common for us to have this kind of situation where we have a pay-as-you-go meter. Naomi Dusk, thank you so much for tipping £15. I'm glad I can see some of this picked apart without having to read through it all myself. Thank you. That's what we're here for. I'm glad you're enjoying it. We're also at 69 nice pounds and 57 pence right now, just for the sickos, you know. Yeah. It sucks. It sucks being on the pay-as-you-go meter. It sucks that the lights sometimes go out. It would be nice to not be in that situation, but in the meantime, it would be tolerable if we got more donations in and we didn't have to worry. How do you tip, or is Patreon fine? Patreon is fine. It's a monthly. That's monthly income. That's fantastic. But also, you tip by doing !tip in chat, and then going to the link. Okay, let's read the article, and then we can be done with talking about Israel. For now, just kidding.
Glaucus just said, I assume that the UK also has laws where they are not allowed to cut off power in the winter. No.
What? No.
No, they
No.
don't. I don't know about
we
electricity companies like that don't.
If
you're on a meter and it runs out, it runs out.
Yeah. If the electricity that's currently on our meter hits zero, we will literally just the lights will go off in this house. That's the situation.
It is deliberately humiliating class warfare.
Sucks. Everyone was surprised by Hamas's attack on Israel. We can be excused for our lack of foresight, given that even the Israeli security services were caught flat-footed. But while the incursion's scale was astonishing, the savagery of the assault and the misogynistic sadism that accompanied it were predictable to anyone who has studied the nature of Islamism.
I'm gonna get mad.
Probably. The videos Hamas posted on social media showing them gloating about defiling women's bodies and taking children hostages made clear this wave of violence was not a desperate, quote, act of self-defense or, quote, breaking free from prison as some sympathizers have tried to portray it. If anything, these horrors might make those who have been critical of Israel's policing of its borders think again. Now the world can see exactly what the Israelis have been trying to keep out.
This is fucking disgusting. This is disgusting propaganda. The sexual assault, murder of children, imprisonment, kidnapping and imprisonment, torture of Palestinians is completely standard and everyday by Israeli forces and settlers. That's fucking disgusting. That's fucking disgusting.
Yeah.
Racist fucking garbage.
Correct. Hamas's appalling treatment of women and children derives from the same murderous and chauvinist ideology that female activists in Iran have been protesting here. I will scream if before the end of this article she also starts talking about sex-based rights and how they're under threat from trans people. I'm sorry, it's a little uncharitable, but it's also not, because this is genocidal propaganda.
No, this is pink washing.
Yeah.
Feminist washing.
Palestinian militant groups
genocidal violence against Palestinians.
Palestinian militant groups have
including
been lavish.
Women and children and queer people.
Palestinian militant groups have been lavishly funded by the Islamic Republic of Iran, with sums in excess of $100 million annually. You can just write that. I don't know. There are so many links throughout. There are so many links throughout New Statesman articles, and then there are parts where I'd love a source. And no, I'm not even saying it's not true. I'm saying I'd just love a source here. It would be great to read more.
Just to go back to the sympathy for Israelis trying to keep out.
I know we haven't done the liberal slop stream in a while. But I feel, and I've been also trying to give you space to do this on this topic specifically, because I know that it's one of particular passion and interest for you. But we, are stopping after every single paragraph read throughout here in a much messier fashion than we usually try to do.
Okay, sure.
And it is taking a lot longer.
Okay, well, trying to keep out, she's justifying a concentration camp that 2 million people, half of whom are children, are kept in, half of whom presumably female.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Meanwhile, Palestinians are daily ritually tortured with violence, sexual assault, imprisonment, police and army coming in the middle of the night, kidnapping 14-year-old boys, torturing them, throwing them in jail indefinitely because it's military court. this is standard life under occupation in Israel.
Those who seek to excuse or contextualize the rapes, kidnappings, public humiliations, and executions of Israelis by citing Palestinian suffering must answer this question. Ready?
Just to say again.
You ready for the question?
Sexual assault is something that's like rape has been bandied around like as a feature of this attack all over the place and has not been confirmed by any sources at all. Not to say that it's unlikely, impossible.
In most armed conflicts in civilian centers, rape ends up happening.
The IDF perpetrates sexual assault against Palestinians regularly.
But listen, you're a Palestinian defender, so you have to answer this question. Why do the paymasters of Hamas in Tehran habitually commit the same crimes against their own female population? I guess that's the question you have to answer.
Why does patriarchy exist?
Article has decided to ask you this question, and you have to answer it. Otherwise, Palestinians don't deserve not to die, I guess. Iranian women who offend against Islamist dogma are beaten, separated from their children, imprisoned and raped by brainwashed thugs, some of whom have been involved in training Hamas. This article sucks.
This is fucking disgusting.
It's really worthwhile presenting the kind of absolute reactionary filth like normal liberals would understand to be filth that is published in so many of these publications. Watan18, thank you so much for the £10 beans money. I really appreciate the beans money. Thank you so much.
Just to point
everyone,
out,
please remember, if you're enjoying the stream, it would help us a lot if you donated directly using command tip.
The New Statesman is a supposedly left publication.
Yes.
This is some of the most vile Islamophobia, like just direct fucking racist Islamophobic bullshit, and what the level of Islamophobia that is acceptable within these spaces has clearly fucking leapt up. Because it suits them, because it suits their fucking...
Yeah. I've skipped forward a bit in the article here to Islamism remains a powerful force despite 20 years of efforts to eradicate it. The Western media may have been distracted over the past 15 years by economic crisis and internal domestic strife, but Islamism is still a potent influence in the Middle East and in some Muslim countries in the West. We still experience occasional terrorist incidents, such as the Manchester Arena bombing or the London Bridge attack, both in 2017, but the public is unaware of the multiple foiled plots, including Iranian-backed assassination attempts on UK soil, and ongoing attempts by Islamists to build support in Britain. We see it when mobs of entitled men, and they are almost always men, gather outside schools demanding censorship of reading materials and punishment for teachers who defy them.
So, as we were describing earlier, when we were describing how the Imperial Corps gets to wash its hands and tut-tut at the consequences of its imperialist violence and refusal and shooting down of democracy,
yes,
all around the world.
Yeah.
Islamism as a political force is a direct consequence of not even accidentally, on purpose. America fucking...
One of the first things that American imperialism sought to do was to build strong ties with specifically Islamist conservative forces in the Middle East. Because and in particular the House of Saud, because they controlled the oil
and Iran,
and this could create a powerful alliance for American imperialism. And also, they're both reactionary conservative powers, so they have plenty of common ground, right?
It's easy divide and conquer.
This 20 years of efforts to eradicate it is just sometimes liberal slop is deeply insidious because it is trying to directly sell you the thing that the liberal hegemonic system is trying to do, right? And it's trying to pretend this will be a good thing. And it's trying to say, here you go, this will be good for you. Take your medicine. We're going to get onto a thing about realism next. But But sometimes it's insidious because it constructs a complete ideological fantasy space, right? It takes known ideological ideas like feminism, Islamism, the West, right? And it just kind of plays with them in a little sandbox, right? Completely devoid of any historical context or real world context, materialism, and so on. Right? And it just says, there's Islamism, and Islamism is patriarchal, and there's feminism, which we know is good, and it goes like this. Right? And that's the article, right? And and it's just like, no, that's not, you're really just not writing anything that has to do with the real world there, are you? You're really just making your argument entirely in the mind palace. Okay. The Western liberal mindset struggles to understand this quasi-religiosity and how it can drive people to commit violence, or why we ask, would any sane person kill himself or others in pursuit of the restoration of the medieval Islamic Caliphate? The concept that there are some among us who want to commit genocide against Jews is so beyond our ken that it is easier to believe the excuses about oppression and imperialism. The immense complexity of the situation in the Middle East is reduced to a cartoon formulation of triumphalist Jews and oppressed Arabs who have no choice but to react with terrorism.
So what's just been said here is quite villainous.
A little villainous, yeah.
It's a framing that can easily be used to describe, and is deliberately here being used to describe, Palestinian resistance as genocidal violence in attacking their occupier, regardless of, all qualifiers. No one deserves that kind of violence, right? But that violence wasn't carried out because they are Jewish. It was carried out because the Israeli state is occupying and forcing into a concentration camp 2 million Palestinians. Mohammed Kurd, he's a Palestinian in the West Bank who's been reporting on a lot of what's been going on. His family's home was recently occupied by settlers.
Okay.
He's a well-known journalist and commenter on this. He wrote an article recently saying, it's not my fault that my oppressor is Jewish. It doesn't make my resistance anti-Semitic, and it's really disgusting the way that that Palestinian people facing genocide right now, facing apartheid right now, are forced to be framed as having hatred for Jews because they are Jews. Rather than having hatred for their oppressor because they are oppressed.
Yes.
It's really disgusting. It's a really disgusting construction that should be not respected in any sense.
I mean, of course, this entire thing is disgusting. Who want to commit genocide against Jews, right? This is just the bizarrest possible equivocation between being repulsed by the morally bankrupt actions of the Israeli state and wanting to commit genocide against Jews. Utterly bizarre. And believe the excuses about oppression and imperialism is just such a hand-wavy turn of phrase that sort of just it packages together so much again of what would tie these politics to the real world and stuff that's actually going on the real world.
That's not real, ignore that.
Oppression and imperialism, that's just excuses. The real thing going on here is anti-Semitism.
Yeah.
And again, we have known political quantities. And this is, again, where I find this stuff that's so sinister, is when liberal Slop plays with the toys that you're familiar with. Islamism, feminism, anti-Semitism, the West, right? Israel, Gaza, Iran. And just moves these pieces around and tells you like an entertaining little story, right? And if you've encountered all of these concepts before, and then you're trying to go and learn more, maybe, right? Maybe you'll be introduced to a deeper read into the situation. Oh, the ideology behind the Hamas attack. Let's go learn about that. This is ideology, huh? Right? And it's just there's no framework here for understanding what ideology is, how it functions, like what the technologies at play in terms of ideologico-political space are. No, none of it. It doesn't matter. Don't worry about it. Those would just be excuses to do with oppression and imperialism.
It's deliberately mystifying all this violence as a product of religious conflict.
Yeah.
And ethnic conflict.
Yeah. Okay, you're going to love the next bit. For many Western observers, the solution is to address poverty or give land back to the Palestinians. Although Israel could argue that each time it has withdrawn from land, that same territory has then been used to launch attacks on Israelis. The Islamist
This
mindset...
is evil. This article is evil.
That's why I wanted to highlight it, because when we just look at like the 24-hour news coverage, we're going to see a lot of people stating things factually and lying, but we're not going to see people stating positions politically. And that is exactly what LibSlop publications are for, is stating positions, because they're all, meant to be the thinking man's whatever. And so,
It's worth, like, this is the new statement, the new Statesman.
Yeah.
So recently, Keir Starmer and David Lammy both refused to. They were asked explicitly, "Will you condemn the breaking of international law?"
Yeah.
In this siege on Gaza, in the shutting off of water, in the forced movement of 1 million Gazans, in the shutting off of food, humanitarian aid, in the attacks on paramedics and schools and hospitals.
Yep.
And they refused to condemn, and all they said was Israel has a right to defend. Keir Starmer said herself.
He's been saying that over and over again.
He should go fuck himself. That's disgusting. A state is not a woman.
Israel is a woman.
Does Keir Starmer know what a woman is?
Israel is a woman, and Islamists want to do bad things to the woman of Israel. So, as you can see,
it's disgusting.
Genocide against Palestinians is feminism and girl power. For many Western observers, the solution is to address poverty. The Islamist mindset, which uses Palestinians as human shields and forces Iranians to live under totalitarian control, does not act in the best interest of Muslims, but instead seeks a holy war and the total annihilation of its enemies. This zealotry and aggression is not innate, as some racists would... Sorry, I hadn't read this paragraph before. This zealotry and aggression is not innate, as some racists would claim.
It's taught to all of them by horrible religious ghouls. I'm not a racist. It's taught to them by their horrible religion. I'm not a racist.
But it is taught from an early age by sinister old men with a keen determination to maintain their own power. Contempt for the West, repression of speech, subjugation of women, and a relentless dehumanization of Jews is pumped into the minds of the young on TV, in sermons, and via social media. Most Muslims see this propaganda for what it is, but unfortunately enough buy into it, often as a salve for more personal issues. The terrible events in southern Israel have created a moment of clarity that allows people to understand the reality of what Islamism is, and why people who care about liberal values need to oppose it. Massive cope. Just because the reality is that in terms of media effect, there have been, I think, more people awakened to genocide of Palestinians than any other like direct effect of the media coverage and all of this, of people understanding this situation better. And
this article is desperately saying the root cause of all of this violence is Islamism, is religion. what I was trying to say earlier is it's really worth looking at how far into like supporting genocidal violence the left in this country is. Keir Starmer, David Lammy, the New Statesman. This is very much like in a vein of like where the most
I'll do that now.
powerful politicians ostensibly on the left in this country are.
When I said I'll do that now, I meant I will now be quiet and type because I'm Googling and you will have to fill airtime.
What are you Googling?
The exact thing you've just asked me to talk about.
So Starmer and David Lammy both actively condoned genocidal war crimes that Israel was committing against Gaza, and as Sophie's looking at here, like...
It's not on screen, babe.
I know.
Okay.
Numerous councillors have quit over this. There's...
Cool, let's look at this then. Amna Abdulatif, the first Arab Muslim woman elected to Manchester City Council, is among those to resign in protest of Keir Starmer's Israel stance. She said she had no choice other than to resign the Labour whip and resign from the Labour Party due to Keir Starmer and a number of his senior frontbench making horrifying comments about Israel having the right to withhold fuel, water and food and electricity from the 2.2 million Palestinians trapped in Gaza, effectively endorsing a war crime. Starmer made the remarks in an interview with LBC last week, saying that Israel has the right to withhold power and water from Palestinian citizens. Obviously, everything should be done within international law, he added.
That fixes it.
Those are literally contradictory statements. Yeah. The right to withhold power and water from Palestinian civilians is a war crime and can't be done within international law.
And you can see,
that is just gibberish. Can I just quickly say... Everyone, if you're enjoying the stream, if you're getting something from this, please donate using command tip. We need money to live. Thank you.
You can see Joe Biden also. So, after directly, specifically, Starmer and Lammy and Rishi Sunak were all threatened by, I can't remember the name of it, but it's an organisation also involving a Tory MP, were threatened with criminal proceedings for the commission of a war crime.
Yep.
Keir Starmer and Lammy have since released statements clarifying water should be restored, food and humanitarian aid should be allowed in, and international law should be followed. International law is not being followed. It hasn't been followed. But regardless, they've been moved only by the fact that Israel has, clearly negotiations have happened for, like, pressure has been applied for Israel to restore access to water. Not properly, just sort of. They've turned it back on, but it can't be accessed because of a lack of electricity, which is required to pump the water anyway. So the water is not properly restored. But since this action threatening them with, like, criminal proceedings, Starmer and Lammy have walked a tiny step backwards. Joe Biden has made statements being like international, the safety of Palestinian civilians should be kept in mind. Basically all of this, like, after the fact of funneling resources, actively encouraging these acts of genocide against the Gazan population, our politicians get to play innocent and say, well, we said follow international law. And even though David Lammy was literally on TV saying, like, when asked directly, do you condemn acts that break international law, basically he's like, war is hard,
Oof. MSE stream, thank you so much for tipping £5. Right, I think that might be it for Israel. Just kidding, there will be more. But for now, we're going to switch tone and get out of the deeply depressing liberal slop responses to Israel's ongoing genocide of Palestinians and look at some toe-sucking profile fluff piece that the New Statesman has done about someone called John Mearsheimer. Hands up in chat if you've ever heard of John Mearsheimer before, but if you have, don't tell Nat why. Okay, the tragedy of John Mearsheimer, how the American realist became the world's most hated thinker. Should we talk about some of the function of this article going in?
Is this the New Statesman as well? Okay.
It is the New Statesman, yes. Since you had to read so much of the what was it dark realism? Tragic realism.
Tragic realism.
This guy is the dark realism.
So,
Losicius, thank you so much for tipping £5. Everyone, please tip. Please tip.
It's been like a running theme of liberal slop for quite a while now.
Yeah.
The New Statesman specifically.
Yeah.
Every single issue apparently seems to have an article explaining realism as a foreign policy approach.
Yes.
And kind of saying why this is the approach of the future. This is the correct approach, but from different angles. So you can pick what kind of realist you want to be. This is a dark one. We had a tragic one before. And it's all very imperialist. It's all very imperialist, isn't it? Because realism as a international relations mode of thought is very much like simply defending expansion, war crimes, imperialism as just a mode. It's like you got to get them or they're going to get you.
I think it's really important to look at the German loan word realpolitik.
Yeah.
I think it's really important to look at realpolitik as a big, like, the use of this phrase as a big part of Henry Kissinger's legacy to the geopolitical frameworks, and to say that lots of the people who would be highlighted by the New Statesman as one kind of realist or another, right, little Henry Kissingers. Like, they're like, this is, right, what's the job of being a Henry Kissinger? It's the job of giving policy advice on what the realist way of dealing with geopolitical problems is. And this smug, self-satisfied name for an approach to geopolitics. That we must deal with the real. We must deal with what is real. Therefore, we can't be expecting to deal with what is moral. God,
or
just infuriating.
Democracy, or what is international agreement?
None of that. Okay, let's learn about John Mearsheimer, how the American realist became the world's most hated thinker. Yeah, but I mean, so again, we're going into the function of this a little bit. They just keep promoting realists, and again, we look at how we look over and over again on the liberal slop stream at how being presented with a range of choices is not so you can pick from all these great choices, but so you don't look outside of them.
Yeah. So they keep presenting realism as if it's a re-emerging technology of international relations. It's a re-emerging framework and ideology that we need in this new, dark, scary Weimar world.
That was the tragic realism.
Yeah.
This guy's...
But still...
Babe, John Mearsheimer is a dark realist.
Right.
You're gonna need to
strap in.
Well, I'm just saying, right, the tragic realists, we had to get to the bottom of sorry, thank you for the £10. Oops, all small Kissingers. We got to the bottom of what the tragedy of tragic realism was, and it's that sometimes you gotta do fascism. Oh no. So you might be wondering what is dark about John Mearsheimer's dark realism.
I would be quite surprised if there was really any difference at all between functionally what is presented.
I think it's really
here.
worthwhile looking at realism as the liberal materialism. Like,
Yeah.
you know, I've said in various places, conspiracism is what a lot of people turn to because they don't have materialism. But the politically high-minded, the person who considers themselves, if you will, a statesman,
Yes.
right? The person who reads liberal slop publications
The ones who
and thinks they have like critical opinions on them,
fundamentally disdain
but will
the
never invent materialism.
unwashed animal masses
Yes.
who think they're the only people in the world with a brain.
Exactly. All right. Naturally enough, it starts as all liberal slop profiles of anyone starts. Late at night on 23rd of February 2022, John Mearsheimer was at home in the suburbs of Chicago, finishing an article for Foreign Affairs magazine on the escalating crisis, and they just always start with some kind of little scene, you know, some little humanizing scene. Only this one has a twist, so listen out. Don't read ahead. Listen out for this. For Foreign Affairs magazine on the escalating crisis in Ukraine. In the preceding weeks, Russian forces had amassed on Ukraine's border even as military officials in Moscow denied any plans to attack. Mearsheimer, a professor of political science at University of Chicago, was tasked with explaining to readers the prospect of war in Europe. He had just completed the final draft of the essay when he received an urgent message from his friend and fellow academic Stephen Walt. Check the news before you hit send on your piece. Something is happening in Ukraine. More than 5,000 miles away, Russian troops and armor poured across Ukraine's border, driving towards Kiev from Belarus in the north and Crimea and Donbass in the south. The biggest attack on a European state since the Second World War, it was an invasion that in articles and lectures Mearsheimer had confidently predicted wouldn't happen. Having assumed that Vladimir Putin had absorbed the lessons of American misadventures in Afghanistan and Iraq. Yes, very interesting, isn't it? Now, I'm gonna preempt some stuff now by just getting you
What's a strange thing to
getting you to look away from the liberal slop for a second. Don't look at the article.
Look at me, look away from the slop.
You can look at me if you want to. You can look at chat. You can look wherever you want. Just don't look directly at the slop anymore.
Okay.
And blank that all from your mind.
Yep.
And picture a man who is saying just before Ukraine gets invaded that Ukraine is not going to get invaded by Russia. Let's carry on. I was surprised, Mearsheimer told me. At a gut level, it was hard to imagine a war of this sort in Europe.
I was picturing Caleb Morpin.
Oh, that's funny. I didn't understand the logic of preventative war in Putin's thinking, because I thought Ukraine was a weak power, but once it was clear in the early stages of the battle that Ukraine was a potent fighting force, you could see that Putin had been thinking in terms of preventative war. I had missed that.
Who are these guys?
So this dude here, right? They're just writing about him like having a little oopsie. Just like he was explaining why the invasion won't happen. Oh no, it happened. Oh fuck. Oh shit. Right? But this is a guy worth doing a profile on.
I mean, to be fair, lots of people were saying the invasion wasn't going to happen because, like, until it was happening. Caleb Morpin was saying it wasn't happening after it was happening.
True.
I'm not justifying this guy. I'm like, ordinary people were saying it wasn't going to happen.
Thank you so much, Ash,
they
for
don't want
tipping.
war to happen.
Thank you so much, Ash, for tipping £20. If we are enjoying the stream, we can consider paying for the stream using Command Tip. What a lovely message. Thank you so much, Ash. I'll just read that again. It says, if we are enjoying the stream, we can consider paying for the stream using Command Tip. That's so sweet. I love hearing from chat. Right. In the days and weeks following the invasion, and as Russia units shelled cities, killed civilians, and forced thousands from their homes, conventional wisdom about its causes set in. New York Times described it as an unprovoked invasion. Financial Times calls it a case of naked and unprovoked aggression. The Economist said that Russia's president has launched an unprovoked assault on his neighbor. Putin was portrayed as an imperialist bent on creating a greater Russia, and as this magazine, New Statesman, put it, an agent of chaos. In Europe, Ukraine's blue and yellow flag bloomed across government buildings, households, and Twitter handles.
Are you trying to skip through stuff?
Yeah, I've read it through before, so I'm trying to link things up to. The world's leading realist scholar of international relations, which argues that a state's priority is being more powerful relative to its neighbors to ensure its survival, Mearsheimer had been warning of a possible Russian attack on Ukraine since the 1990s. In one essay, The Case for a Ukrainian Nuclear Deterrent, 1993, he wrote that the West's attempt to press Ukraine to become non-nuclear was a huge mistake. A nuclear Ukraine made sense, he claimed, because it would ensure that the Russians, who have a history of bad relations with Ukraine, do not move to reconquer it. In subsequent writings, he sounded the alarm that if NATO continued to expand eastward, Russia would feel threatened and be forced to act. Again, this is the bread and butter of realism, right? Is that Russia is forced to act. Has no choice. It must. Mearsheimer has struck contentious positions in the past. In 1990, he dissented from the prevailing of optimism by arguing that international life would be characterized by tension, crisis, and brutal struggles for power. The article, Why We Will Soon Miss the Cold War, published in The Atlantic, triggered a vociferous response from academics and pundits, including Time magazine. Then, in 2006, along with his co-author Stephen Walt, he wrote The Israel Lobby, which examined the complex of organizations that sought to encourage the US to provide material aid to Israel, often against American strategic interests. It was subsequently published as a book in 2007, and the argument saw Mearsheimer and Walt labeled as anti-Semitic liars and bigots. Now this is a complicated one, right? Because I
haven't read the book, so I couldn't say.
Sure. Because people who criticize Israel are frequently labeled as anti-Semitic. So what are we supposed to take from? Oh no, I found an article in the Atlantic here, which is I found an article in the Atlantic here which says John Mearsheimer endorses a Hitler apologist and Holocaust revisionist. So Gilad Atzmon is a jazz saxophonist who lives in London and who has a side gig disseminating the wildest sort of anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. He's an ex-Israeli and proclaimed self-hater who traffics in Holocaust denial and all sorts of grotesque medieval anti-Jewish calumnies. Here is a small sample of his lunatic thoughts. I think that 65 years after the liberation of Auschwitz, we must be entitled to start to ask the necessary questions. We should ask for some conclusive historical evidence and arguments rather than follow a religious narrative that is sustained by political pressure and laws. We should strip the Holocaust of its Judeo-centric exceptional status and treat it as a historical chapter that belongs to a certain time and place. 65 years after the liberation of Auschwitz, we should reclaim our history and ask, why? Why were the Jews hated? Why did European people stand up against their next-door neighbors?
Stand up.
Why are the Jews hated in the Middle East? Surely they had a chance to open a new page in their troubled history. If they genuinely planned to do so, as the early Zionists claimed, why did they fail? Why did America tighten its immigration laws amid... This is starting to sound like a huge rub, isn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Why did America tighten its immigration laws amid the growing danger to European Jews? We should also ask for...
Racism.
For what purpose do the Holocaust denial laws serve?
Because they were fucking Nazis.
Is the Holocaust religion there to conceal? As long as we fail to ask...
The religion of believing that the Holocaust happened.
As long as we fail to ask questions, we will be subjected to Zionists and their neocon agents' plots. We will continue killing in the name of Jewish suffering. We will maintain our complicity in Western imperialist crimes against humanity. The Holocaust became the new Western religion. Unfortunately, it is the most sinister religion known to man.
What the actual fuck? So
Atman also believes that the Jews persecuted Hitler. Not many people are aware that in March 1933, long before Hitler became the undisputed leader of
This is
Germany and began
Kanye
restricting
West
the
level
rights of
bullshit.
German Jews, the American Jewish Congress announced a massive protest at Madison Square Gardens and called for an American boycott of German goods. Jewish texts tend to glaze over the fact that Hitler's March 28, 1933, ordering a boycott against Jewish stores and goods was an escalation in direct response to the declaration of war on Germany by the worldwide Jewish leadership.
they didn't like the anti-Semitism that was happening. They didn't like the escalating violence against Jews that was happening.
He has also suggested that Jews specialize in the trafficking of body parts. Fagin is the ultimate plunderer, a child exploiter and usurer. Shylock is the bloodthirsty merchant. With Fagin and Shylock in mind, Israeli barbarism and organ trafficking seem to just be just other events in an endless hellish continuum. And then the writer of the article exposes some of their own also awful positioning by saying things like the so-called BDS movement,
Which seeks the elimination of Israel.
seeks the elimination of Israel, refused to have anything to do with this guy. Yeah, because he's a Holocaust denier. But here's the fucked up bit, right? John J. Mearsheimer. Rather unbelievably, or believably, depending on where you sit, Mearsheimer has written an endorsement of Atzmann's new book, The Wandering Who. Here is what Mearsheimer says about Atzmann. Gilad Atzmon has written a fascinating and provocative book on Jewish identity in the modern world. He shows how assimilation and liberalism are making it incredibly difficult for Jews in the diaspora to maintain a powerful sense of their Jewishness. Panicked Jewish leaders, he argues, have returned to Zionism and scaremongering, the threat of another Holocaust, to keep the tribe united and distinct from the surrounding goyim. As Atzmann's own case demonstrates, this strategy is not working and is causing many Jews great anguish. The Wandering Who should be widely read by Jews and non-Jews alike. So, that's John Mearsheimer.
The New Statesman's favourite unpopular guy.
Yeah, he's a hated realist because of his dark realism. So I think we were learning what's so dark about his realism. Kind of edgy realism, spicy realism.
I'm just trying to remember who were the sort of roundly condemned, fucked up figures that they were referencing in the Weimar World articles and stuff and the New Statesman.
I don't know, babe.
They're just pulling. Oh, it was Malthus.
Oh yeah.
It's fucking Malthus.
Oh yeah, they brought in
You know,
Malthus.
they're
They were
really
like, "Hell yeah.
resurrecting.
Let's get some Malthus in here. That's what we need. Awesome. So they have a whole thing detailing his time in the military. Because sure, I guess. Like I say, this is just a fluff piece. It's just
What?
it is pure toe sucking. They just really, really want to.
Why have they written a biography of this guy?
Because he's a realist, and we need to know about all the realists, so you can pick what kind of realism.
Whether or not they suck.
Whether you want to be a tragic realist, a dark realist, a crystal realist, an arcane realist.
A solar punk realist.
Yeah, exactly. Pillbug Hug, thank you so much for tipping £10. That takes to, nearly £130. That's really cool. We can almost pay council tax. Yay! Thank you so much, everyone, seriously. After completing his PhD at Cornell University in 1980, following a stint at the Brookings Institute, Mearsheimer spent 2 years at Harvard. It was there that he encountered Samuel Huntington, the political scientist who would become best known as the author of The Clash of Civilizations. Huntington counts as one of the most influential thinkers on Mearsheimer, not for his theories about how culture would become the dominant source of conflict, but the way he held fast to those theories under fire, like the Unabomber. I think The Clash of Civilizations is a fundamentally flawed work, Mearsheimer told me, but what I admired about Sam was how he was willing to stake out bold positions that ran contrary to the conventional wisdom. He liked a good intellectual fight, and I love to fight. I love intellectual combat. Unlike many academics in the US, Mearsheimer has refused to serve as a functionary in the security state, finessing warrants for the use of American force in the world. One gets the sense that he believes scholarship is the higher calling. This is what makes him, as he put it, an armadillo, seemingly impervious to legitimate attacks on his work, as well as the hostile reception to his opinion on subjects such as the war in Ukraine. Huntington's most famous...
Note the, assumption here, we're seeing behind the veil a little bit that there is an assumption that academics will work for the security state if they,
Yeah, absolutely.
And manufacturing consent.
He's done so well by not doing that. What a good boy. Huntington's most famous student was Francis Fukuyama. What kind of realist was Francis Fukuyama?
The kind of realist.
A wrong realist.
Yeah.
A dumb realist. A bad at this realist. Most famous student was Francis Fukuyama, who joined the Rand Corporation in 1979, a prominent American think tank, the year before Mearsheimer arrived at Harvard. But during the 1980s, Mearsheimer and Fukuyama got to know each other well on the academic circuit and engaged in heated debates about how the US should contest the Cold War. It was around this time that Mearsheimer became a realist. So I've skipped a lot of the origin story. I'm sorry about that, everyone. But basically, he was in the military and then he argued with some people and now he's a realist.
It's okay, I'm glad you skipped the origin story. That's incredibly boring. Why the fuck have they...
Okay, a so-called structural realist, Mearsheimer's theory is based on 5 assumptions. Are you ready for 5 assumptions?
No.
This is the world according to Mearsheimer. These are the things that we... These are the fundamental pillars of geopolitics. Watan just said, please skip more, actually. Everyone, you can pay me to skip more of this article. Because I'm having a great time, and there's a balance between how much I'm enjoying myself and how much you all pay me. And I was having a dreadful time talking about Israel, but I love reading this kind of slop. Okay, you ready for 5 assumptions?
First of all, I'm just going to say, workers of the world unite, no war but class war,
Are those your assumptions?
These are my assumptions.
Okay, you know what? You tell me 5 underpinning assumptions that your realism comes from.
Okay. All the power that the ruling class has comes from our labour.
That's one.
We have the power collectively to act to refuse their instruction.
Mm-hmm.
No war but class war. Workers of the world unite.
That's kind of the same one twice, but okay.
Realism as a concept, as a framework for geopolitics, is an inherently imperialist one. It's one that says all states are driven to act imperialistically, and so therefore you have to get in there first and be imperialist and take and expand and take and take and take. Otherwise, they're going to do it to you.
Well, let's see if
it's inherently competitive.
The
only way to break through this grip on the world that justifies the genocidal violence of the imperial core all around the world is to unite as the working class and build working class power and international solidarity.
You're entirely correct.
Around the world.
Good 5 assumptions. That was actually about 7 things.
You're welcome.
Hey Mule, hey Mule's chat. Hello everyone. I'm Sophie and this is Nat. If you don't know me, I am one of Mule's co-hosts on Red Planet, so you should know me because you should be watching Red Planet every Sunday at 8 p.m. to 11 p.m. UK time. We're reading some liberal slop. Right now, we're reading a profile of this guy, John Mearsheimer, who the New Statesman has decided to describe as a dark realist, because they're just goated with the realist sauce. They love realism; it's their favorite thing. They keep on doing profiles of realists, and this is the realist, John Mearsheimer, who has endorsed a Hitler apologist and a Holocaust revisionist who said some truly unhinged things about Jewish people, which I guess is why John Mearsheimer is a dark realist. And right now we're about to find out his assumptions as a realist about the way the world works. So, where are we? What are we up to? A so-called structural realist, Mearsheimer's theory is based on one more thing. Raiders, if you enjoy the stream, please consider paying for the stream. We need money to live, and things are really expensive, and honestly, money's quite tight, and we could do with any help we can get. Mearsheimer's theory is based on 5 assumptions. 1. The international system is anarchic. There is no supreme authority or night watchman, is how they've put this, that can limit the behavior of states.
I wouldn't describe that as anarchic at all.
That's a very bizarre way to use the word anarchic.
But
yes.
there is certainly not international bodies that fundamentally limit the
there is no
states.
That's true. There is no supreme authority.
Yeah.
Well done.
The authority is the violence of the most powerful state, which is kind
America.
of what he's describing, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
that's not anarchic.
No, that's not. That's
America world police.
You keep using that word. I don't think it means what you think it means. 2. All great powers possess offensive military capability.
The wealth of the imperial core is for sure backed up by military violence and maintained by military violence and created by military violence. Yes. Yeah,
I mean, absolutely. It's like this is less of an assumption and more of an much more of an observation than an assumption. Like you can talk in ways that like show that this is kind of an axiom, right? Like this is. States will have this because that's how a state works, and that's why states are bad and we shouldn't have them. But to say that like I've got these 5 underpinning assumptions and that's why I'm such a powerful, big-brained, smart boy realist that I can predict the future of politics, and to say that one of them is big states have big gun, it's like, okay, my guy, like. Sure, okay.
Some big states have bigger guns than other ones because they fundamentally occupy different roles.
3. States can never be certain about other states' intentions.
No one can trust anyone, therefore they might as well fight to determine the victor.
Yeah, we'll get to some Hobbes in a bit. 4. Survival is a state's paramount goal.
I mean, like, they're just baby shit, right? The survival of states like, are rarely, like, constantly threatened. Like, it's a kind of strange thing to say. Like, no, they don't want to be destroyed.
They're like these are like toddler analyses of geopolitics. This is such baby shit. Like the states want to survive. Okay. Yeah. And
That's
5.
kind of what they're set up to
and
at
5,
least try and do.
You will love this one. Hey, please don't read ahead. I'm really trying to tell you them so that you have the best possible time.
I read ahead.
You read it already.
Yeah, it's bullshit. It's fucking bullshit.
5. States are rational actors that think about how they can survive in a time of anarchy.
That's fucking nonsense. What the fuck? What the fuck is that? Does that even... That doesn't look like anything to me. Time of anarchy? What the fuck?
Yeah, it's awesome, isn't it? The rules.
So.
Yes.
The statement time of anarchy.
Yes.
Is worth thinking about, because why does the New Statesman keep trotting out these articles about different varieties and different academics' takes on realist politics, as if it's like a new emerging world that we're living in where realist politics is suddenly relevant again? Firstly, what's happening is the like emerging conflicts, the threat of climate change, the rise of fascism throughout the imperial core and around the world. All these things are like, they have to be answered in some way. They have to be like, what's going on? What should we do about it? And they're kind of addressing it by being like, okay, we got to be tougher. We got to be more real. We gotta be more practical, not worry about trivial things like democracy, and as if they ever worried about these things before, as if the liberal innocent pretensions of the imperial core were ever real in any sense. They are acting like, we tried being nice, now we gotta be real, we gotta be tough.
Thank you so much, Babel _, who has tipped £10 and said, in this time of anarchy, you could do with $10. Thank you very much.
And the reality is they were never nice. These were the people that they were always, like, these were the kind of rules of engagement that they were always acting along. The liberal nice rules were only like pretenses that they would maintain when things suit them and drop when it suited them.
Okay. Examined from this realist perspective, Mearsheimer says that Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine should have come as no surprise, which is weird because he both was saying that was going to happen and then also wasn't saying that. So, like, in terms of his... Please stop reading the article ahead. I'm trying to talk about it. Babe.
It helps me compute what's being said.
That's okay, but, like, I can see when, like...
Yeah.
I can see when you're reading through it and my words are just, like, bouncing off and, like, you're going to look at me in a second and say, huh? And I'm just like... I'm not going to do well when you look at me in a second and say, huh? I'm going to feel bad. He's saying it should come as no surprise because of my genius principles that I can use to predict the future. But also, and you know that's true because I was saying it for a long time that it was going to happen. But also, right before it was going to happen, I said it wasn't going to happen. So...
But the principles would have said that it would happen.
But also that it wouldn't. Yeah.
Curious.
Yeah.
Curiouser and curiouser.
Yeah.
This is why he's the dark realist, because he's wrong about stuff.
He's the dark realist because he left all of his notes in a dark room and he can't read them. He's the dark...
Oh, I forgot about those!
He's the dark realist because he dropped his glasses. I asked if it could be considered a just war. Russia's invasion of Ukraine was a preventative war, he said, which is not permissible according to just war theory. But Russian leaders certainly saw the invasion as just because they were convinced that Ukraine joining NATO was an existential threat that had to be eliminated. Almost every leader on the planet would think that a preventative war to deal with a threat to its survival was just.
I mean, America does it all the fucking time. That doesn't make it just, though.
This argument is controversial, even reckless, and has seen Mearsheimer labelled a disgrace. It has also made him a YouTube sensation. In 2015, he gave a lecture at the University of Chicago on the causes and consequences of the Ukraine crisis.
Is Caleb Morphin going to come up in this article?
In which he blamed the West. A recording of the talk was uploaded to YouTube. I asked him how he felt about it having so far received 25 million views. 29.5 million, he corrected me, perhaps revealing a greater interest in his own celebrity than he lets on. Even those who once championed Mearsheimer's work believe that on the subject of Ukraine, he has lost his way. In 2012, the author Robert D. Kaplan... Your face. She's having flashbacks to reading the Tragic Realism article. It all comes full circle. It always comes back to our tragic realist boy, Robert D. Kaplan. Published a profile of Mearsheimer in The Atlantic titled Why John Mearsheimer is Right, brackets, about some things. It's just like if you're a materialist, right? You get lines from what Marx wrote, and they're 200 years old, and they're still correct today. And if you're a realist, you have to publish profiles of your fellow realists being like, why Mearsheimer is right, kinda, sometimes, maybe. It's just such an embarrassing farce. Like, how?
What are we expected to do with this?
How do these people think of themselves as serious people? I'm just astonished. Okay. Right. in which he wrote that the Chicago professor topples conventional foreign policy shibboleths and provides an unblinking guide to the course the United States should follow into the coming decades. But as he told me over email, Kaplan now thinks Mearsheimer goes too far. Putin's decision to invade was very individualist. Most of the Russian elite itself were caught by surprise and shock, and so the Russian leader bears the moral blame for the carnage, not the West.
Okay, just to pause, like, both Russia and the US very much do, and always, like, have, certainly since the collapse of the US, followed these logics.
Yes.
Of foreign policy, realist logics of foreign policy, and like, so for Kaplan to be brought in here just to be like, Mearsheimer's wrong about Russia's like just invasion, like, if the US was in the same position somehow, it never would be, because it's already done all of this.
Yep.
It would do the same thing as Russia. And that thing is wrong and ugly and evil, but it would do it. And that's what's being discussed here, right? Like,
Yeah.
they're as fucking bad as each other. Only America's a lot more powerful, so it's worse. But like, they're hosting this conversation just for Kaplan to pipe up and be like, realism, yeah, but not when it's applied, like, in understanding the geopolitics that has created the Russian invasion of Ukraine.
I'm really sorry, but the next sentence is going to make you believe in solipsism, that we're all inside the dream of a dying turtle who's having a stroke. What darkens Mearsheimer's realism against the wider tradition is his emphasis on tragedy.
Oh, fucking... Am I being told? Am I here to learn that dark realism that we're being presented
is
with
different to...
It's different too, but also actually just tragic realism. A different thing. Both different things to the past academic framework.
Yeah.
Geopolitical imperialist framework of realism in politics, which stopped existing and being used by governments in their foreign policy, by America in its foreign policy for some period of time for no reason, and then is now becoming relevant again in this Weimar world, where there's suddenly all this conflict and there's suddenly all this fascism and there's suddenly all this competition for resources. Like, this isn't real.
Yeah. No.
This is completely fictional.
These liberals will never invent materialist analysis, but God love them, it's not going to stop them trying.
They're not trying to understand
on...
anything. They're trying to control our minds.
I mean, yeah. I mean, yeah.
This is bizarre fucking propaganda.
Emphasis on tragedy. The tragedy, he told me, is that you could have two states who are content with the status quo and have no interest in fighting or competing for power. Nevertheless, because they cannot know each other's intentions, and because they operate in an anarchic system, they have to assume the worst about each other, and have to compete for power. People reject the idea that we can't transcend this logic, but what I am saying is that we are condemned forever to a world where great powers compete for security and sometimes end up fighting wars. Such a stark minority worldview in which powers are trapped in an iron cage where they must compete for power is at radical variance with the creeds that prevailed in the West after 1989. Mearsheimer was at the University of Chicago when the conservative philosopher Alan Bloom, author of The Closing of the American Mind, invited Fukuyama to give a talk on the end of the Cold War, during which he famously declared the end of history. As he sat in the lecture hall, Mearsheimer thought the argument that liberal democracy was the terminus of ideological evolution was naive.
What does the end of history mean to these people?
It means they win.
It means they win. It means America wins.
Yeah.
It means America becomes the global power, and what they're responding to is the fact all of this is simply about it's not America number one anymore. in they it's not even not America number one, it's America doesn't have the sole monopoly on violence in the entire world and the power to police every state as it sees fit and wishes. It never really had the power to police every state, but its threat of violence was enough to control the shape of global politics and has been. That is, like, America number one, end of history, is absolutely in line with all of these, like, geopolitical realist philosophies.
Yeah.
But they were so sure that they had won that they allowed themselves to play innocent and pretend that this meant things would be peaceful and everyone would be happy from now on. And it was never true. And it was always built on mass suffering and fucking genocide and the destruction of our planet.
Yep.
And it's just ludicrous to see their bubble popped.
Yeah.
And go, oh, guess we better go back to the old way of describing the same things. I guess I fucked it. Yeah.
Oh, shit fuck. Anarchy, iron cages, states of nature, tragedy, power, war. Mearsheimer concedes that his version of realism is not a pretty story, especially compared to the uplifting idiom of US politics, progress, human rights, cooperation, open markets, democracy. Embedded in liberalism, he told me, is the belief in progress, the belief that it is possible to make the world a better place. Realism says that you can't do that. International politics is a tragedy. It always has been, it is today, and it always will be. Those who believe that you can escape the iron cage and transcend this Hobbesian world are delusional. My argument disturbs liberals greatly. This was the line where I was like, I have to read this. I have to read this on the stream because this I actually think I like this guy. Because he's just like, you ever encounter a guy in the realm of geopolitics who has no riz, but is really sure he has infinite riz, and he's just like, liberals can't handle my powerful brain.
Takes the fucking duct tape off his mouth and goes, I'm gonna speak now.
We'll see who cancels who, woke moralists. Oh god.
But just remember that, like, this is being presented as like the realist, not necessarily left or right, but like the real thing, the real understanding behind our, and you may not like this version, but you may like Robert Kaplan's tragic realism as opposed to dark realism.
As opposed to dark realism, which is tragic, and tragic realism, which is dark, but they're not the same thing.
Right.
And they're not the same thing, and that same thing definitely isn't fucking gibberish.
This framing of geopolitics and what is necessary to maintain safety in one state is being like sold to us like month after month after month by the New Statesman. This is a campaign. Why are they so invested in us learning about this like body of academic geopolitical theory? Why are they so invested in us learning about it? Also notable, like, going back to them commenting on the fact that he didn't go from academia to advising governments directly. They're framing him as the more right, real guy, but also, like, this whole body of academia is for managing imperialism, is for managing geopolitics in reality. Like, that's what this body of academia is like sponsored by the system.
Absolutely. It's people who have one foot in capitalist economics and one foot in statesmanship, according to Henry Kissinger, and they're giving their best policy suggestions and then trying to claim that this comes from some kind of like ideologico-political academic framework as opposed to just their personal gut instinct, and then they're being divided up into schools of thought as if it's all like a very legitimate, rigorous, and again scientific discussion, and not just people offering their takes. So there's a part of this article that also says that oh no, we must have skipped past it. But there was a part of this which we've skipped past, which talks about Mearsheimer being like receiving praise from America's enemies, like receiving praise from like Russia, for example, because he's a realist who is speaking to the motivations of Putin. Like he's speaking to the motivations of Russia being sympathetic and understandable and comprehensible to other people
from his worldview, which is the same logics that America ultimately does use for its geopolitics. Like, aside from being their personal takes or whatever, more importantly, it's their utility to imperialist states. To America specifically, in all of these circumstances, right?
Anyway.
All of these New Statesman articles.
Let's get back to... Because the ending, the last three paragraphs of this, I think are just very funny. And it's important to get a good mix of just very funny. And I think this article about a guy no one's ever heard of, who they are insisting has like the edgy boy, rational skeptic version of politics that's gonna like epically own you in the debate dojo and then fuck your dad, is just deeply funny. Okay, when you open, and here's an example of how deeply funny that is. When you open John Mearsheimer's website, you are greeted with a painting of him, with his head superimposed on the body of Renaissance diplomat philosopher Niccolo Machiavelli. The painting was a gift from students at the University of Pennsylvania. There in 2016, Mearsheimer gave a lecture to the Philomathian Society. The painting, which now hangs on the wall of the society, is called Machiavelli. It is a fitting moniker. It is a fitting moniker. Machiavelli is often considered as the first realist theorist because he denied the relevance of morality in politics. When his guidebook for rulers, The Prince, was circulated in 1532, 5 years after Machiavelli's death, his name was condemned across Europe. One English cardinal, Reginald Pole, pronounced the Florentine an enemy of the human race. And he was right. The 16th century scholar John Case said that Machiavelli was a defender of tyranny and one of the major threats to the continued peace, stability, and prosperity of the Age of Austria. In the 20th century, Bertrand Russell called The Prince a handbook for gangsters. But despite the sinister reputation, no one can think about modern politics without confronting Machiavelli's ideas about how to acquire and use power. Mearsheimer's theories of great power politics made him, as Robert Kaplan put it to me, one of the most clairvoyant voices in the political science community, which is just so deeply funny to me.
Because they start off,
because
I mean, it's deliberate. They start off the article.
They said is that he fucked up.
Yeah.
The first thing they told us about this guy.
The first thing they say is like,
is that he
present tense, like, mate, you fucked it. Maybe you should wait before you publish this article. Something's going on. But it's like, they don't have to present their opinions as the editorial. They don't have to present they don't have to take a stance on what they're presenting. They are just presenting like tragic realism, like real politic, like geopolitics, like over and over and over again. Like, you don't have to believe this guy, but you do have to absorb what he's telling you.
He's pondering his realism orb, chat just said. Because he's clairvoyant. But his views on Western foreign policy and how it has wrought havoc across the world since the end of the Cold War have seen him denounced as a stooge of its enemies. Lawrence Friedman told me that Mearsheimer now was an isolated figure. But if, as the American political scientist Richard K. Betts has noted, Fukuyama's end of history thesis caught the spirit of the age when the Berlin Wall fell, and Huntington's theory about the clash of civilizations did the same after 9/11, the disturbing force of Mearsheimer's work may soon have its turn. So in all of this, trying to explain why this utterly risless loser is worth your attention, is that maybe people will be interested in what he has to say about Russia soon. Maybe. We'll see. Maybe. In years to come, in
We've
a
seen
new
no
age of
evidence
great
that-
power conflict, with Ukraine and Russia perhaps still locked in a state of unpeace. What a bizarre... whatever. And the US and China facing off over Taiwan, people will be forced to reckon with this thinker who specializes in voicing harsh truths. None more so than his chilling message about the tragedy of the world from which we will forever be trying to escape.
Peace is unrealistic. So you just have to, whatever message you take from this, it doesn't really matter if you think this dude is like an asshole, he was wrong about Russia, he's defending America's enemies, he
Endorsed a Holocaust denier?
endorsed the Holocaust diet, like whatever you think about this guy, you have to accept the reality that he's stating, that peace is unrealistic and everyone should be preparing for war, shoring up their forces, looking around for enemies, and prepare for war. It's going to be a fight to the death. We're going to be fighting.
Yeah.
And who's we?
Yeah.
Also, this is the New Statesman.
Yeah.
Imperial core.
Yeah.
Defend yourself.
Yeah.
Is what the New Statesman is saying.
Oh, I need to say about this as well. The when I found because they started talking about his book, The Israel Lobby, right? And I immediately thought, okay, he's defending Russia. He's got a book called The Israel Lobby, right? Like, is Caleb Maupin just trying to copy this guy's career, or is this guy actually like ideologically similar to Caleb Maupin? So I, had a little look, and then I found this article. John Mearsheimer endorses a Hitler apologist and Holocaust revisionist. That was the moment where I turned. You were cooking dinner, and I turned around in my chair, and I went like,
Oh yeah.
because I'd just been hit by the realism ray. I just like the waves of realism coming out of the screen. They were just too much for me. I was just dealing with too much realism. Anyway, right. I got another New Statesman article for you. You ready?
Yeah.
They're ranking things. Do you know what they're ranking?
Animals.
Conservative politicians.
Oh.
It's the New Statesman's right power list. The 50 most influential people shaping Britain's conservative politics. Yay! Yay, 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 yay! In this issue, following on from our left power list in May, we published our inaugural right power list, a guide to the most 50 influential people in conservative politics. It'd be interesting to have a glance over who they consider to be on the left and part of the left power. Oh, there's Tony Blair at the top of the little graphic they've got there, so that's good. Oh, there's J.K. Rowling. Yeah, nice.
Oh.
Okay, cool.
Oh.
So, that's the left. That's the
Absolute fucking scum. She's done literally nothing but transphobia.
No, yeah, exactly.
That's why they put her on
acting
the
politically. She has only done one thing, and it's transphobia.
Certainly one thing that they care about.
What on earth? Anyway, Rachel Reeves, Keir Starmer, Morgan McSweeney, Martin Lewis, okay. Gary Lineker, sure.
He's been doing lots of stuff.
Wes Streeting,
Lewis
Sue
has been doing
Gray,
lots of stuff
Angela
like
Rayner.
Cost of living.
Yeah, I know. Andy Burnham makes sense. Hamza Yusuf. J.K. Rowling, let's have a look at what she...
Campaigner.
Yeah, okay. The Harry Potter author has long been politically active. She donated £1 million to the Labour Party in 2008, citing its reduction of child poverty since 1997. Rowling went on to oppose Scottish independence and spoke out against Brexit. Rowling's high placing on our list reflects her influence over one of the most charged issues of our time, trans rights.
On the side against trans rights. This is insane.
Last year, Rowling, 57, photographed herself wearing a t-shirt branding Nicola Sturgeon a destroyer of women's rights. Such interventions helped rally opposition to the Scottish Government's gender recognition reform bill and further inflamed divisions within the SNP. When Keir Starmer stated last year that trans women are women, the author said that Labour can no longer be counted on to defend women's rights. Starmer has since ruled out a Scottish-style gender bill at Westminster. So that's the entire summary.
What has she done?
That's the entire summary of her contribution to politics that put her on the left power list.
Yeah.
So that's cool, but you know the New Statesman is just like
That's
constantly
horrendous.
Constantly full of transphobia.
But it's farcical. That's completely farcical. They've put her on the issue of trans rights. They can't even put her on they can't even claim that she's fought for women.
Yeah.
Right?
No, I mean because she hasn't.
As a feminist campaigner, they can't even say that straight-facedly. So they've just said she's campaigned over trans rights, against trans rights. What the fuck are people supposed to think about the New Statesman based on that description? That's completely farcical.
Oh, Ash Sarkar is on their list of their left power
on
list.
The same list as J.K. Rowling.
Awesome.
I bet they fucking love that.
Jesus Christ. Aaron Bastani is number 50. It's kind of funny. He's lower down the list than Ash Sarkar. New Statesman putting an epic slam on Bastani. Oh jeez, what a fucking bizarre list. Anyway, let's read the right power list because that is what we're here to read. Just horrid. Just what a horrid thing the New Statesman is. Everyone, if you're enjoying the stream, please consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe or cheer, or, and we would most appreciate this, donate directly using command tip. It will help us to be able to pay for rent and bills and food. And if we do really well, then I could buy myself some warm winter clothes, which I would really like. Right. Individual rankings can only reveal so much. What are the broad trends that emerge from our list? Though female cabinet ministers such as Suella Braverman and Kemi Badenoch make our top 10, the list is male-dominated. Oh no, maybe feminism is losing. Shit. If only they promoted more feminist voices like J.K. Rowling in their left power list, this wouldn't be happening. Like, Suella Braverman and Kemi Badenoch, like, it's just like, half the fascists should be women. Okay. Number 1, Nigel Farage. Kind of odd to just immediately top the list. Like,
yeah, it seems like there's some kind of vote that determines the ranking.
Well, then it's just a popularity contest. It's just about who you've heard
by
of.
a panel of New Statesman staff and contributors. So J.K. Rowling being on that list really
speaks to them being utter scum. Yeah, that's true. All right. 1, Nigel Farage. I don't need to read a fucking bio of Nigel Farage. I've read enough about Nigel Farage in my life. Number 2, Rishi Sunak, the Prime Minister. Kind of highlights my point about Nigel Farage, though, right? Like, why is he number 1 and the Prime Minister is number 2? This is just fucking gibberish. Okay.
That's just the dude they're most mad at.
Jeremy Hunt, Chancellor. Yeah, again, putting
on.
number 1 and then number 1 PM, number 2 Chancellor would be pretty reasonable. But you've got Nigel Farage, then the PM, then the Chancellor. We should just still be terrified of Nigel Farage. This is you trying to give him more power. Number 4, King Charles. Britain's new monarch made a revealing political statement in the first year of his reign. Back again, Charles 74 muttered as he greeted an embattled Liz Truss at Buckingham Palace last year. Dear oh dear, it was a cutting comment. Truss, maybe I've just found out where Truss got her fucking day collar from. Truss, a former Liberal Democrat who backed Remain, bangs on about economic growth and dresses like Margaret Thatcher, was meeting a sovereign whose esoteric politics revolves around...
Bangs on about economic growth.
I know.
You know who also bangs on about economic growth?
Their favourite guy.
Every single politician.
Their favourite guy,
Labour
Keir
and Tory
Starmer.
politician, Keir Starmer.
But there's a crucial difference here, which is that Liz Truss is a woman. So instead of giving an inspiring speech about economic growth like Keir Starmer would, she bangs on about
She
economic
just bangs
growth.
on about it. She can't actually make it happen, unlike Keir Starmer, who can.
When men talk about economic growth, it is setting out a mission-driven vision for the future of politics, and when women,
Mission-driven
oh,
politics,
just
yeah.
fucking go blah 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 blah,
Where's
economic
their
growth,
missions?
blah 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 blah.
Where's
blah,
their
blah,
missions?
blah. Okay. Esoteric politics revolve around the soil, husbandry, crofting, organic farming, and dining on mutton. What the fuck? Truss is a freewheeling Whig. Charles is a romantic traditionalist. I love that the New Statesman's politics is set like 300 years in the past. Like, it really is
Yeah,
pathetic.
they sure did go to Cambridge and or Oxford.
Yeah. Traditionalism, a philosophy that has fascinated the king for decades, does not fit neatly on any political axis. It replaces the idea of progress with a sense of decline. The dynamic of history is not pushing humanity forwards, but dragging it down. The great... You've got anarcho-nihilists, King Charles III. The great experiment Charles wrote in his widely ignored 2010 book Harmony, to stand apart from the rest of creation, has failed. It was an environmentalist position he was actually laying out when he said that. When he said that he was talking about separating humans from nature and how it's bad. Traditionalists believe the spirit is more important than the mind, and that equality between human beings is a mirage. Jesus fucking Christ. I feel like
What a thing to say.
It'll be a rare moment that you find me defending King Charles.
I know,
from,
would
from
he say
slander
this?
here, but like, isn't the guy kind of notoriously actually like a bit of a progressive and a bit more like to be clear, compared to the CEO of fascism role that the British monarchy has been up until now, like. Okay. Anyway.
I mean, he's the king, so like functionally, like of course he believes that. I think the phrase equality between human beings is a mirage is quite a wacky way of speaking for someone in that
yeah.
statement.
Equality
But
between human beings.
He's literally
is a
the king,
mirage.
so no, he does not believe in
of course.
equality between human beings.
Yeah, he's a king. Of course. Right. Charles aside, the two most high-profile traditionalists alive today are former Donald Trump advisor Steve Bannon and the Kremlin's court philosopher Alexander Dugin.
What a stupid thing to say. Sorry, that's absolutely ridiculous.
It's just like we've also called Bannon fascist Leninist, and Dugin is like a Eurasianist. Like this is. These are such bizarre, this is such a bizarre grouping of people together. Like, they've gone, okay, look, I want to explain why Charles is on the right power list, and I'm not going to explain it through, materialism. He's a king, so of course he is inherently a right-winger, inherently.
Yeah.
Right? But instead I'm going to explain it by what his positions and stated opinions are. And I'm going to warp those positions into something I'm calling traditionalism. Don't look it up. And I'm going to tell you the two other people who believe in it are Steve Bannon and Alexander Dugin. So you see, he's
fucking bizarre
he's a
thing
wrong
to say. Like, it's just like you were saying earlier, like the framing of like you have these like different bodies representing ideologies, as if like we can actually believe that Steve Bannon, Alexander Dugin, and King Charles.
You were gonna say King Charles.
King Charles. Adrian Childs.
King Charles. Let's make Adrian Childs the king. Let's just see how that rocks out. You know what I mean?
I'm sure they perhaps have some disdains for the wretched of the earth in common. But
yeah, absolutely.
As if they actually like share like general like they have fundamentally like King Charles and Steve Bannon and Alexander Dugin have fundamentally different roles in the world. Of course they have different opinions. They have like
Someone in chat just said, "Kid starver and king child." Let them fight. So I want to read a little bit of their bio of Suella Braverman that's going to be here now. But before I do, I really want to point out how the role of Home Secretary, like, okay, so if people don't know this, hey, if you're enjoying the stream, please consider paying for the stream. We really need money right now. If you don't know this, broadly speaking, in British politics, the top 3 positions you can be in are Prime Minister, Chancellor of the Exchequer, and Home Secretary. Home Secretary is the head of the Home Office. The Home Office is like, it's a bit like having the, what's the American thing? Domestic affair? No, they have a, France has Minister of the Interior, right? Like, this is a similar term, like Home Secretary and Home Office, but the use of home in this name is meant to evoke the home counties. Like, it's meant to evoke a sense of, like, the utmost core Englishness possible. Not even Britishness, just the most Englishness possible. And, the Home Office always is this, right? It's in a big, State Department, right? It's a very similar kind of vibe, because, like, it's the office of our government that is supposed to be enacting what the sort of, like, pure white-hot flame ideological will of the government and therefore the people's mandate is.
All
right?
of the most evil policing
right.
that happens, policing of refugees, deportation of immigrants.
Yeah. The Home Office could easily change its name to the Ministry of Child Kicking and Evil, and it really wouldn't, like, do much harm to the brand.
Yeah.
The Home Secretary is number 3 in the spot after Chancellor of Exchequer, who does the budgets, and the Prime Minister, who is the Prime Minister, because, like, while it's wielding a lot of political power technically, in the same way as we understand, like, a head of state is sort of, like, puppeted by the party and the politicians around them, right? In the same way, Home Secretary is also a position that is always so evil that doing it just shows a dedication to being evil on behalf of your party.
Yeah.
Like, it's doing a term.
Taking the heat.
Doing a term as Home Secretary is very much taking the heat for the entire party and what the entire party wants to do.
And every new Home Secretary comes in and everyone goes, wow, I can't believe how evil Priti Patel is.
Yes,
I can't believe how evil Suella Braverman is, as if it's their individual personality and not, like, the job of Home Secretary is evil.
All of that said, this bitch is evil.
Yeah.
Because
they are all evil.
Everyone who is Home Secretary is evil.
Theresa May, evil.
Yeah, like, you have to be evil to do the job, but also the job is to be evil. Like, that's what I'm trying to get across here, right? Braverman, Home Secretary. As perhaps the highest profile member of Rishi Sunak's cabinet, Braverman, 43, has a power in both the government and the Conservative Party that is undeniable. A Brexiteer who rose to prominence as chair of the European Research Group, and then as Boris Johnson's Attorney General, she reached the second round of the Tory leadership contest in 2022, winning the backing of the party's right wing. She was made Home Secretary by Liz Truss, then quit after 43 days, ostensibly for sharing official documents from her personal email. The pair had clashed over immigration policy, and Braverman's departure hastened the end of Truss's premiership. Her reappointment to the same role by Sunak 6 days later confirmed her power. Braverman's mission is stopping the boats, or unauthorized channel crossings. The Home Secretary has stunned even some in her own party with her stance on immigration and on UK withdrawal from the European Convention on Human Rights, which, to emphasize the point we were just making, has been a Tory mission for a really, really, really long time, trying to get the UK out of the Human Rights Agreement, right?
I think it's worth saying, like, whatever they say, it's also a convenient, it's a thing that they can enjoy the rewards of saying over and over again. We can't, we are whipping up all this anger against this target group, and then you're saying to the public, but we can't do anything about it because of those guys, because of Europe, big scary Europe making our hands are tied. If only we could leave the European Convention of Human Rights, then we'd be able to do whatever we like.
Right.
But it's...
And the reality is that the European Convention on Human Rights sets down responsibilities for how states should treat everyone who is inside that state, whether they are a citizen or not. And the Tory government is quite determined to create a situation where British citizens have one set of rights that are British rights, and anyone who is here who is not a British citizen simply doesn't have those brackets any rights. Because migrant labor here is already so horribly oppressed, and they want to make it even worse. Sunak's already talked about removing legal protections for slavery from people who've crossed the channel illegally. She's the driving force behind the plan to transfer asylum seekers to Rwanda and has said it is her dream to see deportation flights take off. But with 80% of 2019 Conservative voters lacking confidence the government can keep its Stop the Boats pledge, Braverman is struggling to convince doubters. Some Tory MPs complain that she has become a political liability.
That's what they say every time the new Home Secretary is there for long enough to be understood as completely evil.
You're a little much for me.
Yeah.
You're a liability. Just Suella Braverman putting on her noise cancelling headphones and having a little cry in the toilets at number 10.
She's just there going, I did this for you.
The truth is that I am a toy that people enjoy. Till all of the tricks don't work anymore. Sunak appears too weak to sack her, and she is looking ahead. Her speech at the National Sorry, that is just fucking nonsense. This is such too weak to sack her is just like it's so.
As if she's not doing exactly what they want.
Yes, okay, here we go, right? We're doing some perfect liberal slop stream right here. This is a really, really good example of what the liberal slop stream is for. If you hear statements like, Sunak is too weak to fire Braverman, right? And she's looking ahead, she's career-driven, maybe she'll be the next... It's just, no. No. I'm not trying to paint a picture of the Conservative Party as internally completely cohesive and having like a plan that's being carefully orchestrated. All of this shit. I'm not saying that.
I'm sure they all desperately hate each other.
But if the consensus were that Braverman needed to be fired, Sunak would do it.
Yeah.
He would write a little letter, say he would simply be like, give in your resignation. That's it.
As it is, she's very happily slurping up everyone's hatred.
Yeah, which is the point.
She's in a powerful role. That's what she's there to do. Theresa May went from being Home Secretary to Prime Minister. It's not like... Yeah.
It's a well-worn path, Home Secretary to Prime Minister, as is Chancellor to Prime Minister. This is why they're number 2 and 3 spots. Her speech at the National Conservative Conference, normal, love that. Her speech at the National Conservatism Conference in May was a noticeably unsubtle pitch for the leadership. If Sunak loses the general, right-wing Tories will need a champion. Will it be Braverman?
The National Conservatism Conference, I remember, so it's kind of a...
Oh. If you're enjoying the stream, please consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe or cheer, but we'd most like it if you donate directly using Command Tip, because then we'd have money for food and rent and bills. Carry on.
Do you know much about it? Am I wrong in saying this? I think
National
what I
Conservatism
understand
Conference.
about it is that it hasn't historically been so normal for such high up party members to be present at that conference because it is so far right, it's so fascist, and it's quite a sinister demonstration of how fascist the Tory party has become, that it's like that major cabinet members are attending this conference.
No, exactly. It's a clear escalation of just how wildly far right the Conservative Party is now. All right, next one's gonna be fun. Michael Gove, leveling up secretary. For those who don't know, we recently did add a department for leveling up.
I hate that this country is run by the fucking Sun and the fucking tabloid press. I hate all the fucking kitschy names.
I hate
that
that
every fucking
the thick
thing.
of it is real.
I hate that Brexit, this fucking portmanteau invented by the fucking tabloids, literally just became the name. There was a Brexit secretary, and now there is a leveling up secretary. Like, what the fuck is this fake fucking country?
Okay, guys, what we need is we need a new department for just like generally making stuff better. Like, I think we need like a department for like leveling up. You know what I mean? Everyone, we just need to like get to the next level. We just gotta push through, defeat the big boss, and then we're just gonna level up. Yeah, that's what we need. We need a Secretary of State for leveling up.
You're so right. That's exactly how they would have sounded. That's exactly what they
because
said.
the thick of it is real.
It is real.
Horribly,
fucking
horribly
quiet,
real.
bat people.
Yes, it's
fucking
quiet bad people.
bullshit.
Yes. Okay. Michael Gove.
Alarm clock Britain.
Yes.
Alarm clock Britain. That's a genuine phrase established by fucking Nick Clegg of the Lib Dems, who entered the coalition government with the Tories, and every single fucking new fucking wave of like, whether it's Labour, Tories, Lib Dems, they all have to come up with, every fucking election cycle, a new phrase that they think describes normal people in a way that makes them look appealing and normal.
Okay, we need to learn all about Michael Gove, the Secretary of State for leveling up. And
By
then
the
we'll
way,
probably ditch the list because it's I mean, there's like 44 more entries after this, and I could not be paid enough to care. Like, it would be very nice if we got like if we got like 860 like pounds of donations right now. I would not read the rest of the list. I would not.
No.
I simply would not because I could not be paid enough. Okay, Michael Gove, the Secretary of State for Leveling Up Housing and Communities, is widely seen as the most effective minister in government, which is really bad fucking news because fucking hang on, they've omitted.
They're not wrong because he's actually been doing some stuff around housing. Like,
I'm sorry, but the American audience to the stream deserve to know that the most effective minister in our government, the guy being described as the most effective minister in government right now, looks fucking like this.
This is a good picture of him. This makes him look mature.
You're right.
He has such a little baby face.
Let's look at this is his.
That's it.
That's his House of Commons official photo. That's his official photo on his contact and information page for the House of Commons. He looks like the product of a horrible Bring Your Child to Work Day accident.
He is.
It's just so bad to see. It's just so bad to see. It's just astonishing. Like, what on earth? I really don't like to go in on people's appearances much in my work, but like, why does he look like that? Oh God, it's too much. Okay, I'm gonna do a farewell tour of images of Michael Gove, the Secretary of State for Leveling Up, before we get back to the article. Okay, someone spilled dork everywhere. Oh God. Oh fucking hell. Right. This is the most effective minister in British politics right now. That is his official photo on the House of Commons website. Fuck!
This is
Is the you can't do it. No one can do his face.
I'm doing it right now.
I'm sorry, my love, you're just not jowly enough.
I'm trying.
Yeah, underlighting will definitely help. Yeah, that might actually do it. Hang on.
I look just like him.
Yeah, you nailed it, babe. That's great. Okay, let's actually read about the little baby boy Michael Gove. Right. After 13 years in the ministerial coal face. Excuse me.
I fucking
Goal.
hate it when they try to describe politicians like they have real fucking
Blue-collar jobs. Yeah, absolutely.
It's so sick. It's so...
Gove 56 maintains an influence on the flow of conservative politics that has outlasted David Cameron, George Osborne, Theresa May and Boris Johnson. His intervention at last year's Conservative Party conference was instrumental in bringing down Liz Truss. Critical support to Comrade Gove. His mischievous appearance at this year's National Conservatism Conference in May hinted at the role Gove might take in preventing Cyril Braverman from becoming Tory leader. By that point, though, he may have had enough of Westminster. Gove has long hinted at the opportunities quasi-retirement might bring.
As much cocaine as he wishes.
He already has as much cocaine as he wishes. There is not...
No, they got on his ass about it.
Yeah,
he got
but that doesn't mean that right now he does not have as much cocaine as he wishes.
Yeah, no, you're right.
He is the babe.
No, but
he's the Secretary of State for leveling up. You think he doesn't have? You think
he has as much as he wishes, but he has a job in a place where he's not allowed to access it because they have sniffer dogs walking around.
So you're saying he should get a job at the Sun?
Priti Patel
Daily Mail
made a whole thing of searching the House of Commons for cocaine because of this guy.
And she found out that the Ministry for Leveling Up Housing and Communities didn't have a single non-dusty surface.
Yeah.
She found there wasn't one vertical mirror in Michael Gove's office. Right. Okay. Where were we? Fucking hell. Opportunities quasi-retirement might bring, not least the opportunity it will give him finally to write a biography of the grand old Tory philosopher Henry St. John, 1st Viscount Bolingbroke, or a confessional memoir. I think I'm going to throw up in my mouth.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right, I'm ditching the list. I can't read any fucking more of this. This is embarrassing. It's the last article. It's the last article of the stream. Everyone, please, if you've been enjoying the stream, consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe watch here, but we would most appreciate... Oh, I'm going to do this plug really slow again. Now going to carry on plugging, but slow. If you're enjoying the stream, if you've been enjoying the stream, please consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe or cheer or donate directly using command TIP. That will help us be able to pay our bills and rent and buy food, which is somewhat important for human beings to live. And also energy costs have gone up, and as I was saying earlier, our house is on a pay-as-you-go meter. When the money runs out on it, the power just goes out in the house. It's really horrible. It would be I would really like to avoid that, and also have the heating on because it's now bitterly cold all of a sudden, and I really would really like to put more money onto the meter and not worry about that and be able to have the heating on. So please, if you've enjoyed the stream, please consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe or cheer, but use command TIP, !TIP in chat, and you can make it so that we can have a warm house, please. Right. Are we gonna do Okay. We're waiting for Nat. I may as well also remind you that while we're waiting for Nat, that you can give me a Prime sub. If you have a Prime account, you can attach it to your Twitch account, and you can give me a sub for free, but I get real money. It doesn't cost you anything, but I do get paid, which is pretty cool. What else? You can go to my Patreon also if you want to check out what's there. You get early access to my scripts and to my videos when they're done. And that's the way you can support me monthly, which also obviously helps. Right. Let's learn about Africa. Why Africans are losing faith in democracy. You have any thoughts about this going in?
So we've just been reading and talking about the new Statesman over and over and over again, repeatedly pushing this like end of stability, America number one, meaning and coming climate change and fights over resources and increasing fascism globally. This is like, yeah, this realist politics that they're pushing, that we're not in Kansas anymore, and things are bad and dark, and we've got to put our real heads on and prepare to fight and defend
Real heads, no.
our imperialist powers. So there's been also a number of articles specifically talking about, in The Economist and The New Statesman,
Yep.
Along these lines, why Africans are losing faith in democracy, and this is fundamentally a justification for imperialism.
Yeah.
So when
Several countries in northwestern Africa have just had coups that are explicitly rejecting French colonialism. They're not just incidental here. Like they've been really explicit about the fact that they are saying "fuck you" to France,
Right.
and don't want their natural resources extracted and exploited anymore.
But it's also worth noting how imperialists always have a justification for further intervention, action, and imperialism, regardless of the situation on the ground, when they say things like Africans are losing faith in democracy. So, you know,
It's worth for context saying that there is also like ethnic cleansing going on in Darfur right now.
yeah.
There's stuff like this.
Yeah.
Like that is worth mentioning, and to not just like hyper focus only on Niger and Mali and but like and Burkina Faso, but like yeah.
So like many anti-imperialist, socialist, democratically elected leaders in Africa have been assassinated or removed by coups sponsored by imperialist powers, and yeah, what I was saying was that imperialists always have a justification for further imperialism with this logic. If people are trying to throw off dictators that suit the imperialist powers interested in that region, then they are not respecting democracy. If they are suffering under and complaining about tyrannical powers of their leadership, then that have been instilled and maintained because they suit imperialist powers, then the imperialist powers can betray those shitty, corrupt leaders that they've maintained relationships with, and say, look, these people don't have democracy, these aren't democratic.
I think it's really worth saying that as a good like microcosm of what you're talking about, that the British Empire reinvaded much of the world in one of its waves of imperialism with the justification of ending slavery, right? Like ending slavery, right? Like the British Empire, just like what, the largest mover of chattel slaves
Yes.
around the world.
Yes.
Invaded all these places saying that they were going to end slavery there because they decided that slavery was wrong all of a sudden. And still in a bunch of the places that they then invaded, they brought slavery, because go figure. And yeah, I just think it's really worth like bearing shit like that in mind when you see someone say why Africans are losing faith in democracy.
There's Robert Kaplan in that New Statesman article
Yeah.
that we read previously about tragic realism,
Yes.
where he's saying he came to his conclusions about tragic realism after seeing the tragic failure of the Iraq War, which was this good-hearted intention to bomb democracy into people, as if that was ever real. And then say, we just have to give up on the hope of democracy, and that means just considering our own interests, really.
Yeah, I think just to like steel man the title for a second, right? Like there is even a perspective from our politics that might give you a position where people might like lose faith in democracy, where like they exist in the most horribly exploited conditions of anywhere, like
When they never had any access to any
like
real kind of democracy.
where
in the first place.
where like real democracy will get them a leader who the people like, who will then be assassinated, or they can have real democracy, which will get them a leader that American and European colonizers like.
Right. Or will, best case scenario,
Right.
get them a leader and they still fucking suffer under horrifying conditions because of the imperialist state of the economy that they are exposed to.
There is a class conscious position where people have lost faith in democracy, where they're saying that they want someone who's going to get them from where they are now to a place where they could legitimately have democracy.
Yeah.
But no, I'm not promising that's what the position is in the article. I think we'll just see, won't we? It's time to have a little read, as everyone loves to do, to have a little read. Why Africans are losing faith in democracy. The alternatives will undoubtedly be worse. Someone in chat was saying, why are there bullet holes in the sign? You know why. Is that Africa, isn't it?
Mm.
It's crime. So much crime everywhere. But yeah, an Africa-shaped sign telling you to do a Yui, and it's full of bullet holes because everyone who sees it doesn't want Nope, can't do that. Just can't. It just is actually visually incomprehensible, except that they're saying that Africa is backwards and full of crime. Like, the only things that are being said with this image are Africa is backwards and full of guns.
Yeah. That's the whole continent. Just
Yeah.
the whole fucking continent.
Something has gone badly wrong in Africa. Palpatine has returned. Sudan has collapsed into carnage as two grasping warlords battle for control. Genocide has returned to Darfur. Fighters loyal to one of those warlords are murdering every male they can find from one ethnic group, even shooting baby boys strapped to their mothers' backs, as we report. In Ethiopia, one civil war has barely ended and a new one is brewing across the Sahel. Jihadists are terrorizing millions and soldiers are seizing power. So I think that across the Sahel, soldiers are seizing power is referring to the coup in Niger that was is stopping uranium extraction for the benefit of France and the EU, promising to restore calm, but not actually doing so. You can now walk across nearly the widest part of Africa from the Atlantic to the Red Sea, passing only through countries that have suffered coups in the last 3 years. But it would be unwise. You might well be kidnapped. Cool. I love The Economist. One reason coups have grown more common is that Africans have lost faith in democracy. Afrobarometer, a pollster, found that the share who prefer democracy to any other form of government has fallen from 75% in 2012 to 66%. I'm just going to have a look at the... Oh no, it isn't actually linked to the polls directly. Oh, is it? Do we have the democracy? Because I wanna know what their other forms of government that they have on there are.
Right.
Because like if democracy is explicitly defined as capitalist liberal democracy,
Right.
that would be interesting. But also, like, you know, there just is a question in polling anyone about what their understanding of the, like...
I mean, what's the framing of the question?
I know, it's just kind of... Right.
Do you want agency over your government? Probably people would say yes. Do you believe that the democratic, like the systems of democracy that you live under have served you?
Okay.
Probably most people would say no.
Okay, I think this is the poll they're referring to, but respondents fairly or very satisfied with the way democracy works in the country. I'm sorry, that's not the same question. That's not the same question as asking if you have faith in democracy. That's insane.
If you could ask the same question
so-
to Americans, and I'm sure you'd get a harsher answer.
Hey, babe, 17% of Americans believe. Answer the statement. Politics and the media are controlled by a cabal of Democrat pedophiles. With strongly agree. 17% of Americans.
But they've taken this poll to say Africans have lost faith in democracy, as in like.
Oh Jesus.
And frame it as if, you know, the framing is like people can't. Is an orientalizing racist framing of like they can't do democracy.
Lies, damn lies, and statistics. That's so deeply aggravating. I just want to remind everyone, if you're enjoying the stream, consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe or cheer or donate directly using Command Tip. I'm not going to remind everyone again before the end of the stream because we're on our last article now, but it would really help us out. We need money to live, and there's a cost of living crisis, and also the weather just got incredibly cold, and I want to have the heating on, and also like buy new clothes that will keep me warm. So you can use Command Tip by doing !tip in chat. You can also subscribe and cheer if you like doing all the Twitch things. Reet, let's get back to it. This is a great place where, like, you know, giving their sources more directly would be really useful, right? If Afrobarometer Upholster found, right, linked straight to the specific data rather than just having like their whole article about all their data linked in Africans have lost faith in democracy, which, you know, is the title of this article. So really that stuff should just be in this article.
They've based the title, like they've based the concept for the whole article on this poll, clearly.
Right.
Actually.
Right.
And it sounds fucking bogus. Like, prefer democracy to any other form of government. Like, what are those other...
It is bogus. It's most untriumphant.
Most bogus. An alarming...
Most anti-democratic, my dude.
An alarming 53% said a coup would be legitimate if civilian leaders abuse their power. Like, why is that alarming? Like, why is that ridiculous? Like, why... If they're like...
All right. Right. An alarming 53% said a coup would be legitimate if civilian leaders abuse their power, which they often do. In South Africa...
They should be left alone. Leave them alone.
In South Africa, which is one of the world's most, has one of the world's most liberal constitutions, 72% say that if a non-elected leader could cut crime and boost housing costs, they would be willing to forego elections. It's just like again, when you give people a weirdly weighted question, where you're just like, if a guy who wasn't elected but was cool. like,
hey, if you had a perfect guy,
exactly.
If you had a perfect guy to run the country, would you just want that perfect guy there forever? Would you like an AI to run the country?
I love giving questions in polls to the general population that comes straight from like Plato's The Republic,
and then being like, this says something fundamental about the population.
This says something about Africans.
Yes.
Yeah, cool. There are as many reasons for this growing disillusion as there are medals on a coup leader's chest. Oh God! Oh, fucking hell! It's just like when they're trying to like hold on to some kind of like vague shred of like objectivity and science in their writing, and then they just get like really colourful with their metaphors.
Yeah,
it just does like
it wasn't even.
It does make
colourful.
me throw up in
It
my
was like,
in my mouth a little bit. Right.
That wasn't even snappy, you know.
One is that incumbent regimes, most of which claim to be democratic, have brought neither prosperity nor security. Real GDP per person in sub-Saharan Africa was lower last year than it had been in 10 years earlier. More people are dying in small conflicts than at any point since at least 1989. In Nigeria, whole schools have been abducted. When people lose hope that their lives will improve, they become impatient for change, and the risk of coups and civil wars increases sharply.
Yeah.
Another problem is that many so-called democracies in Africa are phony. What? No. Whoa. Most African countries adopted the trappings of multi-party democracy after the end of the Cold War, and in some countries such as Kenya and Zambia, power changes hands more or less peacefully at voters' behest. In many others, though, rulers allow the opposition to participate in elections but take 1,000 precautions to ensure they cannot win, from tampering with the voters' roll to throttling the media. No fewer than 9 African leaders have been in power for more than 20 years. So the Conservative Party of Great Britain has been in power, well...
How many
it depends whether
unelected prime ministers have we had in a row? All from the Tory party?
Yeah, and I mean...
Is that normal for a democracy?
They don't throttle the media, like, they don't just shut down the media.
They just kind of literally own it. Like,
literally
George Osborne, literally, owns the Evening Standard. Like,
you mean 6 Jobs Gideon, yeah?
Yeah, 6 Jobs Gideon, yeah.
Okay.
Rupert Murdoch just, owns all the media in all the, ex-British
the picture of Tony Blair
countries,
picture of Tony Blair with the Sun, and the Sun front page says the Sun, does it say the Sun loves Blair? It might be.
Yeah.
And then it's Blair was so close to Murdoch that he is literally the godfather of his kids and fucked his wife.
They may not have fucked, but
they did though. Yes, they did.
Actually?
Yes.
Is that really?
Yes.
I know she talked about his butt. She was like, he's got a hot little butt, Tony Blair.
Imagine living in a country where the ruling party has close ties to the media to maintain power. Could simply never be me. Meanwhile, geopolitics has grown friendlier to autocrats. If the West, all over the place. Oh, you just mean in Africa. If the West withholds arms or loans from African hunters, China and Russia are happy to step in. So too are unsqueamish middling powers such as Turkey and the United Arab Emirates. Western governments
Because the Imperial Corps has always been so squeamish about...
Yeah.
about funding fucking...
Oh my goodness. Europe is
gangsters
meddling in
and murderers.
Oh my goodness, Europe is meddling in Africa. I've never seen this before. What the fuck is going on? They've always been so respectful of African democracy. Western governments have sometimes acted Western governments have sometimes acted shabbily. Might need to be entered into some sort of competition for the worst the worst journalistic understatement ever written. Western governments have sometimes acted shabbily, turning a blind eye to a coup in Chad and electoral theft in Congo. Those aren't the examples I was thinking
a limited hangout.
Their hypocrisy undermines the democratic values they espouse. Africa is not the only part of the world.
It's not hypocrisy, it's the way it works.
Oh shit, they have polled Americans. Africa is not the only part of the world where democratic disillusion is spreading.
Okay.
A whopping 62% of Americans and 56% of French told a Pew poll last year...
Why is the title called that then?
...that they were not satisfied with democracy in their countries.
Looks like they would prefer a coup.
Sorry, let me just go back to the numbers for a second.
Yeah.
Okay, so the share who prefer democracy to any other form of government has fallen from 75% to 66%. So, in other words, the people who prefer not democracy is now 34% in Africa, I guess, on average. Sure.
We don't know what their framing of not democracy is.
No, yes.
Any other
But a whopping 62% of Americans and 56% of French told a Pew poll last year that they were not satisfied with democracy in their countries. And the title of the article is Why Africans Are Losing Faith in Democracy. Cool and fucking normal. Awesome. Okay. Yeah. So I mean, this is one of those places where like the ideological drive of a piece of liberal slop is like, it's just not news. Like, if you understand the history of colonialism and you understand in particular like the fucking white man's burden, like paternalistic, condescending relationship that white countries have to Africa specifically, then yeah, like this all is just completely unsurprising, because it's just them viewing African nations as taking little baby steps towards becoming mighty big mummy and daddy developed nations like the UK or whatever, because shit's going so well here, and it's really concerning that they're losing faith in democracy, because we thought we were teaching them so well the values of Sorry.
Meanwhile, they're using that language
to... It's just like, so many places in Africa...
prop up imperialist tyranny.
So many places in Africa would have been infinitely more directly democratic before Europe had anything to do with them. And it's just so fucking sickening. Like, the whole perspective. Anyway. Ideologically, there are two parts to this. One is a preemptive justification to more imperialism, like you were saying at the start. And the other is just, it just entirely fits in with fucking... dreadful historic colonialist nonsense. Once the men with guns are in charge, they are hard to dislodge. They postpone elections indefinitely. Oh, I haven't put the article back on the stream. Great. And remove even the threadbare checks on executive power that once existed. They govern terribly, but if the joyful crowds that greet some coups change their minds about their new rulers, there is little they can do about it. Equatorial Guinea's president seized power in 1979. He is still in office, and his luxury-loving son may succeed. Just call him okay, I can't say that on Twitch. Autocracy lacks the built-in correction mechanism of true democracy. And then, like, the baby steps come out for the reader, right? Like, explaining why a dictatorship is bad, awesome. Just like high-level ideas going on here, you know? Okay. Rich countries can help. This should be good. I just saw your soul leave your body, Jesus Christ.
I'm so mad. I'm so mad. I want to make note of there's an automatic assumption here that rich equals more democratic equals more rich, more rich equals more democratic. It's fucking disgusting.
Okay. Rich countries can help. They ought to press ahead with restructuring unsustainable debts and make good on a long-standing unkept promise to spend $100 billion a year to help poor countries with climate change. The World Bank and IMF must be destroyed. The World Bank and IMF could help crowd in investment, especially if their capital were topped up. The West would do well to welcome more African migrants to study and work. Some will return home with useful skills, and others will send back money to educate nieces or bankroll new businesses.
This is fucking disgusting patronization. Africa sends out more money in debt to imperial core countries. Imperial core countries that have colonized and fucking looted. Every single year. Than it receives in aid. Far more. Imperialism's fucking disgusting. This article is fucking disgusting.
I mean, it's not quite as bad as the Hamas is. Hamas is the same as ISIS is the same as Iran one. In naked visceral racism.
Yeah.
Like, this is classic, like, statesmanship,
nice racism.
Kind of, you know, dressed up as some kind of pretense at, like, geopolitics. That one was just like, Muslims are all evil. Okay. To help improve African security, America, which is more popular than former colonial powers such as Britain and France, excuse me. Former colonial powers such as Britain and France, one of the coups that you've been really careful not to mention by name in this article. Really fucking careful not to mention my name in this article while you're still talking about coups as a very present and pressing issue, but you haven't mentioned the most recent one in Africa is Niger. Fucking 35% of the EU's, it's 25% of the EU's uranium comes from Niger, and 30% of France's. And Gabon? Gabon just got rid of the fucking the French puppet dickhead?
Yeah, previous French puppet ruler of Gabon, I don't remember his name sadly, famously said...
Oh, he's got a ridiculous name. Hang on a sec.
This was while Charles de Gaulle was in charge of France, famously said... France without Gabon is like a car without fuel. Gabon without France is like a car without a driver.
That guy was called Ali Bongo, and so was his son, who was just deposed.
Nice.
Ali Bongo
Oh,
Jr.
it's literally his son.
Yes. Yes.
Good fucking riddance.
Sorry, we didn't talk about the quote enough. Yeah. France without Gabon is like a car without fuel. Gabon without France is like a car without a driver. Yeah.
This is the leader of Gabon.
He's literally the head of the country.
Understanding his own people as meat for the grinder for France.
Awful. Fucking horrid. Absolutely vile. And then he said he was in power until his, I don't know, he was very old, and then then it was his son, and his son has just been deposed. I think it was a video of him under house arrest, having a big tough boy moment about please come help me. And
but he was just chilling. He had like a nice place. He was just under house arrest. Right?
Yeah, I know. He was in a really, he was really, really, really comfy, really comfy
just like,
looking
just
room.
Enjoy it.
Yeah, just like, well, it seems like you've got Wi-Fi, my guy. Like, just hang out. You know what I mean? Like, it's fine. Like, make an anonymous Twitter account, go troll someone. Shit. I don't think I can get it up, but I made a Megamind meme after the Gabon leader was deposed, because it was like, it was Burkina Faso, Mali, Niger, Gabon, all of these revolts are happening like one after the other, and like with Niger and Gabon being so like happening so close together, I made the Megamind meme, and it was like Macron right now, no colonies. Anyway, former colonial powers such as Britain and France, fingers crossed, like, Godspeed, this description becomes true as fast as possible.
Also,
because France loses all its colonies.
More popular than former colonial powers. Britain, like, France isn't popular because it's still fucking oppressing them right now. It's not a former colonial power, it's a current colonial power.
Yeah.
Britain's not popular because it doesn't have shit to offer, right? Like,
when we
popular
were
is just like,
Armenia and
some people think they can get something from
when
America.
We were in Armenia,
they don't think they can
wonk,
get shit from Britain.
When we were in Yerevan and that wonk was giving a talk, and someone asked about like getting aid from Britain to help with the Azerbaijan situation, and he was just like, the reality is Britain just isn't really a player on the world stage anymore. And I was just like,
that's why it's like this. That's why we're descending into fascism, because like Hungary, like, we're just in fucking decline permanently until the glorious revolution, and that's just what it is.
Yeah.
So we're just all turning in, like, on ourselves. Fucking ugly, disgusting, fascist country. This fucking place.
Former colonial powers, Britain and France, could keep training and arming legitimate forces battling jihadists and other insurgents. So when they said rich countries could help, one of their immediate it's not just pouring money into Africa, which would be, pretty helpful. It's just literally military intervention.
Just be police.
Yeah. The European
That
Union
always solves everything.
The European Union must not cut funding for African-led peacekeeping missions, such as the one in Somalia that is now being wound down.
Okay, so this is the argument being made. Africa's losing faith in democracy. Fund military missions.
I mean, yeah.
That's directly.
I mean, yes.
That's the only call to action.
Very literally, yes. Yeah. I mean, it was not that hard it was not that long a shot we called, right?
No.
It was just like why are Africans losing faith in democracy? Oh wow, sounds like you're gearing up to do imperialism. Yeah. From cradle of humanity to center of gravity, the main reason to wish for progress in Africa is to benefit Africans. Sure, bud. But the rest of the world has a stake too. Africa is the only continent where population growth is fast. I love when they bring this up. I love when they bring up African population growth. It's so normal always. By 2030, nearly 1 in 3 people entering working age will live there. Many of humanity's big challenges, from climate change to pandemics, will be harder to tackle if Africa is dysfunctional.
So we gotta take charge as the knowledgeable, resourced, experienced.
Oh, Raban, thank you so much for the £5 and saying thanks for the slop. Everyone, we're about to wrap up, so last tips if you want to do command tip to donate and help us to pay bills. Sorry, I didn't mean to. What were you?
Oh, that's. I was running out of words, but you see where I was going.
Murderness in chat saying wood is losing faith in fire. It's pretty good. Harder to tackle if Africa is dysfunctional. There is no guarantee a more democratic Africa will be prosperous and peaceful, but one ruled by autocrats and generals surely will not be. Sorry, but sorry. This one maybe is like tipping the hand, just like letting you have a little peek at like maybe 1 or 2 of the cards. It's just like there's no guarantee a more democratic Africa will be peaceful and prosperous. There's no guarantee. It might be worse. Who knows? Fucking bastards. All right. Cool. Thank you, everyone. So, thanks for hanging out. It's been fun. I'm actually gonna be back tomorrow with some more slop, but Nat is helping with based actions. I can't. I'm too sleepy to remember the level of the level of talking about it or not talking about it that's required. So I'm just gonna say you're doing something cool.
I'm just gonna be hanging out, but with buds who are dealing with a shit landlord. That's
very
it requires any evasion. But
all right. Anyway, I'll be back tomorrow. I am doing another liberal slop stream tomorrow. That's right, 2 liberal slop streams in 2 days. Aren't you a lucky little chat? Wow. There wasn't so much of a theme today. It was like stuff that we wanted to pull together to just like catch up on important stuff, and also Nat was very keen on doing the Africa is losing faith in democracy article together.
Because I spotted it in the supermarket and I vomited in my mouth.
But the theme tomorrow is the fantasy of economic growth, because there's quite a few articles to go through about that subject. Yeah, they're quite aggravating. They make me quite mad. Anyway, I might, since I'm on my own, play some Zelda in between articles and chatting or whatever. Either way, it'll be about the same time and probably not as long. Stop by if you like, and remember to donate. Cool. Thanks, everyone. I'm not going to bother raiding. I'm just going to head off. Have a good night. Bye.